So just a reminder, when we left off last time, and I think I sent an email reminding the committee that we're going to try to get through this today. I think Laura sent something out to you that indicated that she's reserved a couple of more dates, 12th and the 19th. And we're hoping not to need those, just to keep on track or to get back on track. If we need them, we need them. We need to get through it correctly, more than fast, but if we can do both, it's great. So we're going to do our best. One of the things I wanted to revisit as we get going here is just a reminder on we've been skipping the Oregon Amendment stuff unless there's something specific, existing Oregon Amendment, because those are just automatically part of the code, unless there's a change to them or there's one of the committee wants to talk about them. So just a reminder that as we're going by those, if you want to talk about something that's an existing Oregon Amendment, open it up now, because those are automatically statutorily, we start with the last code, so they're part of the code automatically. So they will go on the matrix as approved. So by not talking about them, or if nothing comes up, we're just assuming approval by the committee, and it saves us a lot of time than to trying to go through all of them. So just a reminder, we talked about that earlier. So what else, Laura, anything else before we dive in? Something for those of you that are watching on the stream, we've been having some hiccups with the system. I think we're up and running now. But if for some reason the live stream, not the Teams meeting here, but the live stream, if it goes down and you want to continue to watch the page that you accessed it from on the website, you can access the Zoom. We're on Zoom, not Teams, aren't we? Sorry. You can access the Zoom meeting to continue watching if the live stream goes down and you want to continue watching. Good. Okay. Anything else before we dive in? Yep.
Real quick, we haven't been doing a regular or full lunch hour, which I think is great. I don't need that, but I do have a mandatory meeting between noon and 1, so I'm just going to be absent during that hour.
Okay. Thanks, Natalie. We'll probably be doing mechanical chapters maybe by then, hopefully. Mark, there's not a ton there, so but yeah, we'll just go with the group and see what the group wants to do for that timing on the lunch. So anything else from anybody? Questions left over? Nothing? Moving on. Okay. So we are going to start by revisiting some things that we had tabled. There is one new thing that the division would like to introduce. It just came to us after looking, and I'll start by chapter. So one of the things that we had talked about that I brought up that wasn't necessarily on the table for discussion, but everything is, but the R105.2, we talked about the division was recommending removing that language that said, even when you don't need a permit, you need to meet the code. And that's not going to happen. We're going to pull that off the table for now. And maybe revisit it again. So that language in R105.2 will be staying for now. Unless, of course, the committee wanted to recommend otherwise, but which could. But I don't think that's, I think the committee was kind of leaning the other way on that. So anything on that from the committee? No? Good. Okay.
I'm good with that.
Chapter 2. I wanted to circle back around on chapter 2. This was not a leftover item. This is a new item, but I wanted to take them in order. So you'll recall that we did the definition, the committee approved the definition of building area because that was missing. Well, as I was looking through this, I realized there are 57 instances in the code of the term floor area, which is also not defined. And they're very different things, and they're defined in different ways and used in different ways. So I don't know, it's gonna be interesting for me because my screen in front of me is out, so if Laura, do you have that language up? I know it, if you look in the chapter 2 doc, a reminder also to the committee, go to the committee page and you can pull up the docs, but put together a definition of floor area roughly based on the OSSC definition of the gross floor area, leaving out all of the stuff that you get to leave out for being gross floor area, like shafts and walls and all that. It's just not applicable. But so trying to come up with a definition for floor area to go along kind of with the definition of building area. Again, they're different things. They're used for in different places throughout the code. But when I searched, there was 57 instances of floor area in the ORSC. So just throwing this out to see if this works. Or if it's necessary or what the committee thinks.
I like it. I think it's very helpful.
So Eric, this is Rex. So you say this is this the exact definitions in the commercial code, or?
It is, with the exception that I pulled out the language that says you don't count the width of walls and shafts and those sort of things, because the only definition is gross and net in the OSSC. So just, this is the gross, just taking out that unnecessary verbiage. But yes, that's the intent.
I'm in favor of this.
Same.
My only question, I guess, just for how it's written, Eric, would it be better if you're not taking out walls, is it the interior perimeter, inside perimeter of the walls, or the exterior perimeter of walls for the floor area? Because if we're not taking out walls, wouldn't gross be on the outside?
The walls that I was referring to, good point, Jonathan, was just the interior walls, where that definition lets you read, like an interior partition wall, it lets you take that area out for gross floor area. The rest of the definition was the same, because most of the time floor area is used, it is dealing with inside. So like the floor area minimum, 70 square feet for a habitable room, for instance.
Right.
That sort of thing. So that's the intent. Does that still get us there, or is that still a problem?
I think it works. Just more making sure, as what you specifically had said, we're not taking out the walls.
Yeah, sorry. I meant the interior, like partition walls, like that are eliminated from the gross definition, gross floor area definition. Anything else? I got it. It's going to be a little hard to do apologize, folks. I can't just see hands up because I don't have you all on the screen when this is up. So might need to chime in instead of doing a thumbs up or a hands up if you're good on this stuff.
This is Adelaide. I'm good with that. Sorry, I had thumbs up before.
I assume, sorry, I couldn't see on the screen. So any negatives, I guess I should ask. Looks like Natalie and Carrie and Jonathan and Natalie were good. Rex is good.
This is Jamin, I'm good.
Jamin's good. Kevin, you good?
This is Kevin, we're good, yeah.
Okay, you got
Good
that,
deal.
Laura? Okay, so that was that one. 3, looking at your matrix. That was in 3. Ooh, Jeremy's up. So the next thing we come to in the matrix for tabled was that discussion on engineered design and that language. So I will turn it over to Jeremy Williams.
Thanks, Eric. Good morning, everybody. So you'll see there's 2 links. The first link there, engineered design draft 1, is the one you saw at the last meeting. And then there was a couple discussions. I think Rex and Jonathan both mentioned maybe that prescriptive design definition may be unnecessary. So that engineered design draft 2 link there removes that prescriptive design definition and kind of cleans it up a little bit, makes it a little simpler. So, but yeah, this is fully open for you guys to review and discuss and provide recommendations.
Jeremy, this is Rex. Thanks for this good work. I'm leaning towards your draft 2. I do have a comment to discuss, and that would be the definition of non-prescriptive design. At the end of it, the last sentence, the design is either an engineer design or a design. I think there should be a comma after engineer design.
Sounds good.
That sentence could be added on to, I'll throw out some words that probably aren't exactly right, but so after the last section R 106.1, add, but deemed competent by the building official, or it could be, or approved by the building official. So this gives the building official some discretion to say, as I had experienced in Klamath one time, somebody walked in with a sketch on a 2x4 and wanted a permit with that. So this is a little bit of a, I mean, I know the building official has that out anyway, but this would kind of put it front and center that you can't come with anything and expect a permit for it, even if it's non-prescriptive design.
And then Jeremy, since especially the earlier discussion, I think even before the last draft, we were having a reasonably long conversation on the context of we don't regulate OSBL and the architect board and stuff like that. Would it be wise to put in some other in the area that Rex was just talking about, or as otherwise required by law type thing? So that way, if for some reason they change their requirements and it's not in 106 where they do they have to be by a design professional, we're captured that way in the code, so that way it's a little more clean.
So you're thinking in 30113
Just in the, you can,
or definitions?
well you could even just put it in the description or the definition at the end where Rex says or otherwise approved by the building official. It could be or as required by law.
Yep, sounds good. We can make both those changes. Laura, I've got it noted here, Laura, the comma before the or, I've got the or approved by the building official or is required by ORS 671, 672 or by law. We can do that later or we can do it now. It's up to you, Laura. No, that he's saying do it back, get rid of that there, not touch 106.1, just the definition of non-prescriptive design. So right after 106.1, it would be, Rex, you said or as approved by the building official, or?
I guess I'd like to, on that whole concept, get some feedback from our plans examiners in the room if that's useful, or I don't know if they have some other ideas. But my initial add-on to that last sentence was, but deemed competent by the building official.
Yeah, and I agree with Rex because we run into that quite a bit. We have some local design individuals that use the software, and unfortunately, when you get into plan review, you often end up questioning their stuff way too much because they're not capturing all the loads appropriately, and we end up having to send it back, and 90% of the times they end up having to have an engineer fix the oopsies in their own math. So I like Rex's addition.
I agree. I think that's a great addition.
So right after 106.1, Laura, change or to but deemed competent by the building official.
Feel free, Jeremy, to massage that if you have some better words for it.
Yeah, and I'd probably get rid of the comma because we're trying to capture, just that specific path that they're deeming competent. Yep.
You get the idea. So let's just move on. We'll leave it to you guys to figure out the exact words.
Yep. And then we'll add a note in here, Laura, into this definition to capture Jonathan's comment. And I don't know if the committee has any extra thoughts on this. This is adding an or as required by law or state law or 671 or 672. We'll figure out how to capture that. Looks like Wayne has a question.
From a building department standpoint, I'm looking at 106.1, and it seems like we are going to be penalizing jurisdictions as a whole for something that maybe one or two have done. I think if you're looking at 106.1 under the current language and you take away where special conditions exist, a whole last sentence, and you move it below exception number 2, then your exceptions are going to drive it first, but it still gives the avenue if you have something odd, like some weird steel moment frames or cantilever diaphragms that are trying to kick back in. It gives that avenue if the individual isn't capable of doing the work. You can say, look, you need to go hire somebody to design this for you because you're not able to show how the load paths work. So I think that just simplifies all the code change. As far as the non-prescriptive, I don't know why we would be getting in 301.1, why you would be getting rid of designed in accordance with accepted engineering practice, because that is how you would do the calculations. It isn't saying that it has to have an engineer stamp. It's just saying the methodology, you need to show us the math that it worked, and that it actually follows some kind of thought process that has already been shown, or that, you know, it'll function. I don't think getting rid of all that stuff really helps anything other than just kind of convolute what is going on some. And I think it's really, as you all have kept saying on other sections of the code, it's really a training issue for the most part. So if you literally just move that last sentence down and say, look, the way the code works is you have the main charging sections, it gives the local building department a chance. If something wonky happens on that rarest chance, it still gives you that avenue without completely hamstringing the jurisdictions.
Well, I think we were getting rid of that in accordance with accepted engineering practice because we were now going to provide the definition for non-prescriptively designed, which makes it even more clear, was my understanding.
Correct. And part of the reason was from the earlier discussions, I think 3 meetings ago or whatever, it's because people have been triggered by the way the national code has, or, you know, using accepted engineer practice, because especially as a person who went to college and not an architect, but I am a college graduate that is a designer. We have to walk the fine lines of not practicing engineering, and people were getting hung up on the way that was written. And even me as a designer, I would not do a lot of calculations that I was trained to do because, you know, the way it's written, it's fuzzy, and I don't want to go talk to Osbeil and figure out in the context of, you know, as a designer saying, oh, I was on the wrong side of the enforcement person's interpretation that day type thing. So taking out that language honestly helps, because yeah, if you go to enter in engineered wood supplier company's calculation software and it's capable of putting a simple load diagram on there, I would not accept that. It's showing that it works. You're trained to do that, you know. So I think it's actually a beneficial thing, Wayne. I see your take on it, and yes, all of it should be based on engineering practice, but especially with the unique relationship that we have with Osbeil and stuff like that, I see removing it as an actual helpful thing, not a hindrance.
Because I mean, if you're using the software, that's what the software follows, is engineering practices. I mean, that's what it does. So,
but it only does it if you put in the right inputs, and usually you have to do a lot of calculations to put in the right inputs, unless you're just having a uniform, you know, load.
So what I hear is, okay, like I said, what I'm hearing is it's a training issue for the most part, but some that are not able to do that or able to look at it correctly or follow what the intent of the code section was, I guess is where I was getting at.
I think it's just adding clarity for the users of the code.
We actually had a lot of discussion on this in the last meeting too. I'm good with draft 2 with the changes that we've recommended. I'd like to move down to the same section, R301.2.2.6, irregular buildings. 3 cases there where we have the words prescriptively designed in italic and underlined. I think you can just call it prescriptive design, which refers you right back to the definition. I don't think you need prescriptively or designed. That occurs 3 places.
Can you open that, Laura, the draft 2 doc again?
It's just a little nuance. It just, to me, it would be more straightforward just to make the direct reference back to the definition.
Sorry, can you say it one more time, Rex?
Okay, so under the section of irregular buildings, 3 cases where you have the words prescriptively designed instead of non-prescriptively designed.
Yeah. I
I would just call it non-prescriptive design in those 3 cases. And it refers right back to the definition. It's a nuance, but I think it's, when you have it underlined in italic, that's supposed to indicate it's the definition, not you've appended it just grammatically, and I don't think that's necessary.
What do you think about shall be designed in accordance with R301.1.3? Or are you saying shall be, you're saying shall be,
Shall be non-prescriptive design.
oh, I got it.
Doesn't change.
Your
anything.
your idea of referring to the section is fine too. I just think grammatically, this doesn't need to have the ly and the d added to those 2 words. Just I wonder if you guys take a look at it internally and think, and yeah, just make.
Yeah, it's just about matching the words.
Yeah.
Exactly. I get it.
I agree with.
Should it be shall be a, Laura? I don't know. Non-prescriptive design.
A non-prescriptive design.
Shall be a
We can
non-prescriptive.
wordsmith it. We get the idea. Just get rid of the ly.
Yep.
Ron, I just wanted to give you that input.
Thanks, Rex.
All right. Are we to decision-making time there, Jeremy, or?
I still
Yeah.
like it, so I'm going to say yes, but I think it's technically needs the hyphen back into it because that's what the definition says. Just FYI.
Well, Laura will get that.
I support all this.
It's a yes.
Any other comments or objections to anything? Sounds like everybody's,
I appreciate the effort in getting it cleaned up, so thank you.
Yeah, same. This is going to be a help.
It'll be helpful for us as well. All right, so it looks like we're got goods on that. So that's Jeremy. So next, you caught up, Laura? Okay, so the next one was the R301.2, the wet location, public proposal 2, Wayne Parker. Are we revisiting that one?
So I sent another one. I'd requested a copy of the code changes that were occurring in chapter 3 and 5. And after looking at what some of the state proposals were around 317.1 and 507.21, I had just sent one over this morning with some changes. I can share screen.
Okay, go ahead. And then send that to Laura.
I did. I sent it to her this morning, so she may not have seen it yet.
Oh, okay. She hasn't.
Okay, so we can see.
Looks like everybody good?
Can you see 317.1 or is it on another screen?
No, we're looking at Osbeal's stuff.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'll bring that over and cover it up.
There it is.
So what I had noticed recently, and I talked with Ed about this as well, and I think the easy fix that kind of resolves it all is when you look at the proposed language in 317.1, if we literally just added the sentence where non-prescriptive design structural wood members exposed to wet conditions shall be designed using the wet service factor. At that location, then there's the exception that is in there, wet service factor based on climatic conditions where it's demonstrated now gives you an out as well. So that takes care of some of the jurisdictions out east and such that may have an issue. And then when you go to 50721, it just says design using the wet service factor. Get rid of define and just put in the American Wood Council NDS so that it is similar to that in 317.1. And I think that resolves the entire issue around that. Now, keeping in mind in the NDS, for some are a little concerned, it really doesn't apply to smaller dimensional lumber, 2x6s and such. It's when you start getting into 2x8s, 2x10s, that one really starts coming into play with the F sub B for that lumber. So even if you follow, you said, hey, you got to use it, you get into the NDS with the footnotes to that factor, it may not actually be needed. It may end up still being one, which makes it a non-issue. But it's one of those cases where we're seeing bigger spans due to bigger custom homes that it is playing into it.
So, Wayne, thanks for the additional information. So I guess looking at the 2021 ORSC, I'm not 100% sure we need to add another organ amendment to it because R507.21 already gives you that code path that you said you were originally searching for, because it says we're in design in accordance with R301, which points us back to the whole discussion point originally. Wood structural members shall be designed using the wet service factor defined in AWC and yes, right? And that was the code path that you were originally asking for. So it seems we have that circular pattern that we would need.
What I was noticing was, though, is the 50721, if I was remembering correctly, was dealing with the
decks.
And so it wasn't necessarily just decks that it could be, although that was the main topic of discussion. The other conversation, like when Ed and I were talking, there may be even other cases where it may not necessarily be a deck board that it would come into play, but we wanted to make sure. The other thing that we were looking at is the word defined. The whole problem is the NDS does not really define it. It just gives some generic thing, and they refuse to define in their language what exactly a prolonged period is. There's nothing in any documentation anywhere that clearly defines, is what I'm saying. Yeah, there's chat groups that talk about it and what they're thinking, but they don't actually want to define it in the code. And that's what I was looking at, like, for these issues.
Well, I guess reading that provision, I would look at quote unquote defined in two different formats, taking it in the context of the actual literal word defined as in understanding, but I would actually say that since it's saying it shall be designed using the word wet service factor, the NDC is defining what the wet service factor is, not necessarily all of the parameters around it, but it's determining what the wet service factor is, because that's not a word that we've defined in the ORSC or the IRC. So I almost think that that was intentional on their part to say, we're not touching the definition, we're leaving it to the engineers to determine what that words mean in their standards. So therefore, that's why we're saying that's what the definition is. Don't go look at the dictionary, don't go look at other common use words. It's go look in the NDC for what the actual wording is. And once you go in the NDC, you kind of know what the service factor is. You don't know when it should be applied. That seems more discretionary, but we're saying it needs to be applied outright, which I think it kind of hits that. Now, if you really need it to capture other elements outside of decks that are not, that's a separate discussion. But I think deck wise and porch wise, because we'd use the same provisions, that it seems we already have a code path for what we need.
Additional discussion from the committee?
I'm leaning with Jonathan on that maybe we don't need to add additional.
I agree with both Jonathan and Carrie. I don't support the code change at this time for the statewide code.
I'm the same. I'm ready to move on. Thank you though, Wayne.
All right, so I'm hearing a no on that one. Rex, in the room, you were leaning with the committee? With the committee,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry. I just want to go with the committee on it. I can't read the proposal on the screen, so.
Okay.
Jonathan's characterization would be good.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. Next on the list is on the matrix, following the matrix, page 3, and that is, we're going to pull this one, 3021. So we did the changing up on the patio cover stuff to try to clarify that porch cover, deck cover, patio cover, and the exemptions. And then we had proposed to add that to exception 3, new language in 3022 for the separation. And I started looking at it deeper, and there's some unintended holes there, just like so many other code areas. But I think we decided that we need to just pull that one, and we can deal with those as they come up, because the language, it gets us to where we wanted to go, but it also opens up some other holes. So, we're just going to pull that off the table. So that's kind of an easy one.
Since we're in this section, I had a thought because we were working on some middle housing stuff recently, and I just had a quick question more for I don't have a preference if we reopen it or not, but this is more for, does the group want to discuss it any further? Is the R3023 organ amendment. So the IRC requires the dwelling separation to go to the foundation. The longstanding organ amendment allows it to end at the floor system instead of going to the foundation, especially with the new advent of middle housing and the ability to separate right after the house is constructed into an individual property. Is there an actual reason why we would want to retain that organ amendment? Because it just seems it adds additional challenges for additional barriers to make middle housing after the fact.
The 3023, the two-family separation, is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Well, we did add I can't remember the section here. I thought we added there. I'm trying to get it open here, Jonathan. We did add the language for property line, but you're talking about after the fact property line, right?
Correct. The conversions afterwards. So it makes it not necessarily challenging, but then you start going, okay, well, I have to dance through that. And potentially if you try to apply, 3021 explicitly across the board, now really I need a fire rated wall going down because it goes to the property line and blah, 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 having property line separation. So it becomes a kind of a secular, what do I actually need them to do to make it quote unquote safe? Because now we put a real property line through what was in reality an arbitrary fake property line.
Would that create a situation where you're now requiring something additional on somebody that never intended to do that? So you'd be requiring all I hate duplexes, it's not a code word, but all two-family to go to the foundation regardless, right?
Right. So it would be just returning to model code. And technically, and part of the reason the circular came in is we added that section is if there's a property line separation. So if Laura scrolls down a little bit, we added that, which basically says build it to a town home or provide two individual wall assemblies for that in compliance with whatever. So it's kind of with our addition from the last code cycle and then the further addition this code cycle, it kind of makes it where why it makes you start wondering why we would want to not have the foundation there in some format, which would be could be just a strip footing and a rated assembly. It doesn't have to be concrete all the way to the floor assembly. But so there's already that separation there. It just, while we were working through the middle housing stuff, it was like, why do we still have that?
So I'll throw out a couple thoughts just from the division and then let the committee kind of cogitate on it a little bit. This is a tough one because it's been coming up more and more lately with the middle housing stuff. And it's always tough to do that forecast. You know, if we can do something, I mean, we're going to talk about radon later, or we're talking about doing something now to make it easier later. So that's not always unheard of. But it would definitely be an increase in cost. To go, you know, all the way down. I don't know what that would look like, but it's anyway, that's it. Just that the challenge keeps coming up about doing things for potentially changing something later. And so there's certainly a difference between somebody wanting to do that and doing it so in the future they can make a change and forcing everybody to do it that may not ever make the change. So that's just some thoughts to ponder, and I'll kick it back to the committee for discussion.
I would prefer one more thought to ponder from your previous experience as a fire service person. In Oregon's version, has there been a lot of issues related to fire creep from a townhouse through the crawl space area? That it would make sense to do it in both because of both formats?
Not for me personally. David might chime in as well too, but no, I mean, you know, just fire 101 goes up and out. Not that there's never been drop down and over, but I didn't investigate or fight a ton of, like, none that I can actually remember that propagated that way. David?
Hi there, David Mills, Deputy State Fire Marshal. I would agree. I'm not seeing townhouses have really been not the issue. It hasn't progressed.
And just to clarify, David, duplexes or townhouses? Because townhouses do have the foundation going to the ground, and it's a solid fire rated assembly.
I'm sorry, you said duplexes, right?
Correct, duplexes.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize, I was doing two things at once. Is the question of whether or not they migrate back and forth from one duplex to the other?
Correct. So while we were working through some middle housing stuff, it came up that the model code doesn't requires the foundation to go, the fire rated assembly go all the way to the foundation, where we allow it and have for a long time allowed it to stop at the floor assembly. So the question that I just asked to the group was if we wanted to talk about it, was if it made sense to not keep the Oregon Amendment in that sense, because we are potentially going to have these converted over to real property lines separated. So I asked Eric if, from his fire service experience, if Oregon's amendment caused a lot of fire creep going between units or anything.
I did not see a lot of, in my 9 years up here, I have not seen that.
Now, one more thing to add to that too, as you were talking about it, I thought, you know, we do have the floor protection requirement too. You know, not always, you know, it depends on the situation, but lightweight construction is going to have the underside of that at least have the JIP on it too. So that helps.
For the middle housing over here, I agree. It's when you put that property line in. I've had a couple where they've gone in and retrofitted it. It's not a fire issue, it's a security issue where your underfloor space opens up and you can go in and pop into the underfloor space of your neighbors without any separation. It's not, for people, it hasn't really been a fire concern, it's security. And so the last couple duplexes that we had converted, they went in and framed that in. But as far as being afraid of what's going to come out of this legislature session and not and being sensitive to middle housing, I think we should leave it the way it is because it is the affordable option at this time. Just providing that education up front. I do think it's a better idea, Jonathan. I think it's crazy that people don't put that wall in while we have the floor system open. I'm just a little afraid of what's going to come through if we put too many restrictions on.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in Portland, we are already, getting these questions and struggling, and they're coming in without the full separation. And so we're just trying to warn people like, this is what you're going to have to do in the future. I like what you're thinking about, Jonathan, and I just don't know how we can do that realistically. We're imagining that there are existing triplexes that were built 50 years ago where people are going to want to start trying to separate those now and create property lines, and we're just going to have to deal with it. So
No, and I agree, and we're gonna have to deal with it. No matter what, we have stock that we have that for. It was just more as we were working through it. It's one of those things. At what point do, sadly, bad analogy, rip off the Band-Aid and stop perpetuating a future oops type thing for the thought. But that's where it is education for the new ones. We do just warn them. We had another duplex, the same thing. It's like, hey, looking at how you're planning and construct it, do you ever think you're going to subdivide it? If so, you might want to make a couple modifications in construction, and then you won't. It will be easier if you ever do. Oh, I didn't even realize that bill got passed. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, any more energy on moving that one or move on?
Nope, we're good.
I think maybe keep an eye on it for next code cycle, see how it works out with the middle housing that's taking place now.
Okay.
But definitely thank you, Jonathan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next one is that we need to revisit is the R308.4.5, the change in the glazing requirement for hazardous glazing for showers. So you may recall that the model code went to adjacent, and we used to say facing, and I think the committee had agreed to adopt the model code language. And then we got to doing some research and contacted ICC, and we're going to end up with disconnected codes because the IBC or OSSC still says adjacent. And so we checked to see if there were any intentions to change it or any code changes coming. And the feedback we got from ICC was not in the foreseeable future. So that they acknowledged that there's going to be a disconnect between the two codes, which we felt might be problematic, and wanted the committee to revisit sticking with the current language so that the codes align, since the OSSC is the low-rise code, and not going with the model code adjacent would be our recommendation, and sticking with the term facing.
This is Rex, and I think you've got a lot of existing materials that address the adjacent that would all have to be redone. I guess I'd probably voted in favor of it before, but I like your analysis, and I would vote to go with adjacent too at this time.
Be facing. Adjacent was a new language. We'd go back to facing.
Oh, facing, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whatever all the work that we did previously refers to.
Undo it is basically what we're asking.
So current language is adjacent, correct?
No, it's facing. So facing a tub or shower, and that's what the model or the IBC says, and the model code changed it to adjacent, so then it would account for step out of shower, window to your right, fall into it type of a thing. And according to ICC, that was always the intent for the adjacent windows to be covered. The challenge is having the disconnect, and it has been this way for a long time. And we do have interpretations and guides that show that and which isn't a big deal. We'll update them if we have to, but it would also avoid having to update the interps. And I'm not sure. I'm not aware of a injury history with the language as it is. We haven't heard about a lot of problems. So that's what we were looking at, Carrie, if that answers your question.
Can you point me to, so I've got the 2021 open. I'm seeing adjacent everywhere, but where is it? Maybe I'm not reading where you're talking about.
30845 is what I have here. Let me. I do not have it open myself, so just a second. Just have it open. 308.
Okay, so
You open up the dock, yeah, it's pink. So right now it just says glazing in walls, enclosures, or fences containing or facing.
gotcha. Okay.
So that.
Yeah, I'm okay leaving that.
Yeah, that was.
I think that's better.
You changed it to adjacent.
I'm okay with leaving the original. I think I was saying we should leave the original because I didn't want you to have to do so much work on those guides originally, but you could play with it since it's going to be an Oregon amendment, do it facing and or adjacent to, and then that way it introduces the future language too.
That would be, I think that would still create the same problem because you'd be capturing adjacent in one code and not in the other. Unless we did it as an interim amendment. I mean, we talked about that. You could do it as an interim amendment or errata to the OSSC also, but.
I just recall from the past, and I think we've made it through for most people, except for people that haven't walked through some of those challenges in the past. I think we still struggle with at times people that are have the danger zone windows, as you guys have nicely drafted out for everybody, that aren't adjacent. So I can see why they move that move, because facing isn't always facing. But I'm, like I said, totally fine with staying with just facing.
Anybody else against keeping the current language, not adopting model code language? Nobody? So committee is okay with sticking with the current Oregon language, or actually old 18 model code, current Oregon amended language. I can kind of
Yes.
see now.
Yes.
I opened up
Yes.
Zoom on my laptop too, so I'm better.
Yes.
I can see more
Yes.
slides again.
You betcha.
Okay, you caught that, Laura? Okay, that was,
Any fiscal impact of that, Eric, or are we all good there?
Nope.
Perfect.
it's actually back to zero. You could have argued that it would have been an increase. Next is we need to revisit R310.6. We had tabled the pardon me. We had tabled the new language to see a couple of things. There was a couple of questions on that existing 4 square foot allowance for ERO for basements. And I believe David Mills had chimed in at that point. Basements were great. Might have some concern if it does apply above basement. Reached out to ICC, and I'd already shared this information with David as well, that it does apply, just as I thought, because of the way the language was lined out, because it's kind of weird language, because you're in a section that covers everything, and then it sends you to a section that only covers basements. And so I clarified that specifically with ICC, and they said, yeah, that's the intent. So the 4 square foot could apply to an existing window, new bedroom, somebody make it a new bedroom on a first floor existing window. And the other part of that question that was asked was that section doesn't address sill height, and it specifically doesn't address sill height on purpose, because it's allowing you to use an existing window. So the 44 inches would also not apply under this language. David.
Eric, David Mills, State Fire Marshal's office. I reached out to OFMA, had some of their members comment. The conclusion from our office, and I'll put this in writing to you, Eric, because I just spoke to everyone today, at the end of today or earlier today, is that we're going to support the model code language and see how it goes. And we're not going to recommend a change through the residential code.
Okay, thanks. So just for historic reference here, the committee had approved, but we're just making sure that the fire service was okay. So we don't necessarily need reapproval on the part of the committee because we checked off the fire service box on that one. That was for the floor part or the story, first story. The piece that the other piece was a separate piece, and that was discussion. And I gotta hold on here. Let me bounce around on my screen here for a moment. Tony. The other part was that language on I think it's 310.7. Well, all of it, 310.6, replacement windows, 310.5. We had a discussion about 310.5, 310.6, 310.7, about allowing under that 4, specifically if you look at 310.7.1, where it allows the 4 square feet, and then size requirements of item 1, and then the largest window that'll fit in the hole for the manufacturer. That stuff's been around a little while. And I think the question came up from the committee was, what about sill height? And so I posed that as part of my question to Kim Parlberg with ICC. And she clarified that no, that the intent was that it wouldn't apply because then you couldn't use an existing window if it didn't meet the sill height. And the idea was to be able to use an in-place existing window as long as it was the minimum size. So.
This is a clarification, David. So did you in your outreach, did you discuss all of these national amendments in that 310, 5, 6, and 7?
We did, Rex. And I mean, we understand that we're taking an existing situation and the challenges that we have seen in the fire service when we make an inspection of an existing building and they want to do something. Certainly most of these basement walls have been concrete or masonry, and the struggle has been lowering that sill height and making the opening larger. As many of you know from a firefighting perspective, basements are challenging and we don't normally go through a basement window into the building. We normally is pretty much protocol, just to, if you will, for firefighting purposes, try our best just to put a hose through the window for extinguishment, but really not enter. Now that doesn't help for egress. And we understand that this is limiting in size. But we are encouraged that ICC is addressing something that really has been out there for many years. We've all in the building industry wrestled with what do you do in these basements that get converted to some degree or remodeled for sleeping and need an egress. So Rex, at the end of the day, we're willing to go with the ICC proposal to see how it goes. There was some discussion of let it go one code cycle and see how it works to try this, because we really don't have a whole lot other than where each jurisdiction kind of makes it up of how they're going to address it. Everything from, we have seen for the sill height, putting boxes in front of the window to get you to step up, to some creative solutions with that, furniture, things like that. I think we're willing to go with the ICC format and see if this is an improvement out in the field of addressing these issues.
Yeah, I think you're walking a fine line if you make it too difficult and costly. You're just going to drive them underground, pun intended. They're going to, fine. If you're going to make me cut my concrete wall, we'll just sleep in there anyway and won't even get a permit.
You're correct, Rex. We have seen that. Fine, we won't do it. And we've seen a few of these in adult daycares where we have been in there, and even child daycares where we prohibit the sleeping down in the basements. And we've come back years later on an EMS call, and dag nabbit, that's what they've been doing down there. So we're hoping this will be to address at least some of the issues.
So this is Rex again. I'll be in favor of the model code language.
Same with me. Awesome.
Sounds good. This is Kevin.
Yeah, fire's on board. I'll support it. It honestly seems like a small opening, but sounds like we've got experts' opinions, and I can understand the value in allowing people to make changes with.
I agree. I think it's going to take a little getting used to, but if it helps our housing issue as well and it's still safe, then I'd support it.
Yeah, I think these are all very good arguments, but it is definitely a huge shift. You know, thinking about the sill height and everything, but I get it. So thank you, David.
Yeah, I will say that we wrestled with this. As you can probably appreciate, no one on the fire service side wants a smaller egress or emergency escape rescue opening. None of us were in favor, if you will, of outright reducing it. It's just that we are limited in what is existing out there. And we, as Rex correctly mentioned, we do get some of these that, okay, fine, I'm not going to do anything. And we know that after the fact, that things do materialize. Now, that's not a justification to do it wrong, but I will say that we want to make things as best and as safe as possible. We would look at egress, maybe a little bit more if all the windows are so small, the 4 square feet. And we do have some concerns on that 44-inch height, but at the end of the day, we only see a couple solutions, and they're very costly to be cutting into the stem walls and to adding window wells on the outside because of that. And that poses its own inherent challenges of security as well as drainage issues into the basement. So it is picking a little bit of the lesser of some evils, and I don't mean it in a bad way, but we do see this as a more positive. And we would, I would say, Eric, want to revisit it the next code cycle with some actual firsthand, hey, did this really work well for us? Did we have some cases where this is beneficial? Or did we have some things that, you know, it didn't help? So we would like the prerogative, and we know we do this every code cycle, to revisit it and take a look at it again. So thank you for reaching out to the fire service.
Thanks, David, as always. So it's looking like green light on that from the committee. Anybody else speaks up against? Laura, you caught up? Okay, last one before we get into new stuff, chapter 6, and I kick you back to Jeremy. And that was a follow-up. The committee was, when we were looking at the public proposal number PP5, question came up about the 3 ties and whether that on the UFER and whether that conflicted with the electrical specialty code. When we checked with electrical chief Keith Anderson, and he said it is not a subject covered by the electrical code, and it does not conflict, and there's no issues with the number one way or the other. So no conflict there. So that was, I think the committee had tabled that to make sure that there wasn't an issue there. And welcome, Elizabeth. So I don't know if there was a decision there or not. I think that was kind of.
I think we all approved it. I think we just wanted Keith's buy-in because the NEC's graphic illustration handbook specifically just showed 2. So that was, I think, our comment was having Keith weigh in on if he wanted it to say 2 instead of 3. So that way it matched what the NEC had published.
And I did bring that up with him and he said, oh, it does. So, yeah. Okay, so that gets us up to, that's all the left behind stuff and the redos and the revisits. That'll get us up to chapter 6. We're about an hour in. Does anybody want to take a quick break before we dive into chapter 6? Just want to make sure everybody's comfortable. No, I'm not seeing anybody. All right. So chapter 6, I'm going to kick you to Jeremy as we move forward. Jeremy's going to cover 6 and I think most of 8, and we'll bounce back and forth. And then Mark Heiser will be covering the mechanical chapters as we go forward. So I'm going to kick it over to Jeremy now for chapter 6.
All right, thanks, Eric. So 602.3, section 602.3 on the matrix. We have an existing Oregon amendment. If anybody has comments, let me know, but we'll move past that as retained unless anybody objects to that one. And then in the second paragraph of 602.3, we just aligned the discussion we had about accepted engineering practice to change it to read section in accordance with section 301.1.3. So that's it for our 602.3. Any concerns or objections on that one?
Good.
Hearing none, it's approved on that one, Laura. 602.3.1 stud size, height, and spacing. 602.3.1. So this one, the model code for stud size, height, and spacing, exception 2. This was in our 2021 res code as well. The model code limits the ground snow load to 25 PSF here. So it kicks Oregon out because of our minimum 36 PSF ground snow load. So this wouldn't even apply. But I trained on the last code cycle how you could, because it's looking at a minimum ground snow load or a maximum, and then also looking at max trib loading for the roof to this wall that we're concerned about here. And I've trained that if you just look at 25 PSF times the 6-foot trib that this code is prescribing, that is equivalent to a 150 PLF line load that the code is trying to limit you to. So that's what this BCD code change is here, a recommended code change here in exception 2, is to change these limits to allow Oregon's 36 minimum to still be used for this provision to get to tall wall scenarios where you have limited gravity loads, like at front entries and whatnot, where you're balloon framing. So this one's for the committee to weigh in on. Just wanted to get thoughts. I think code officials probably are aware that I've trained on this in the past, and that this language does basically capture how I trained it. So any thoughts on this one?
I think it's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then exception 3 in this same section, in the 2021 res code, we struck it because it didn't apply again because the code limited the ground snow load to 30 PSF, which was below our 36. And it had this exception references a table that we also struck that table has prescriptive spans limits with this 30 PSF. So on this cycle, instead of striking everything, and this exception gets you to, above the 10-foot threshold for wall studs, even when you have higher loading than exception 2. So this gets you up to 12 feet. So you could have 11 foot or 12 foot. With greater loading scenarios, you could have floor loading and some longer span roof loading. So I recommended changing the 30 PSF to 36 here to allow in low snow areas of Oregon to utilize this path to get to taller walls. So this would be like at a garage where you want to get 11-foot stud heights and you've got a bearing condition. And then in the table that this references, it's table 602.3 parenthetical 6. So if you scroll into your chapter 6 doc all the way down to table 602.3 parenthetical 6, which is a few pages, maybe 10 pages down, you'll see that we've recommended an edit. So 36 PSF is, well, 83% of 36 PSF is 30 PSF. So what I've done here on this table is taken 83% of these spans to get an equivalent trib of roof snow load that's prescribed by this code for these allowances for these taller stud heights of 11 feet and 12 feet. So this path and these edits would allow use of this exception where it wasn't allowed before. So it's just an option for the committee to weigh in on. We could keep it struck like we did with the 2021 res code, or bring this in as shown. Let me know if you have any questions.
I actually like the edits that you made here to the table. I get calls on this too from newer plan reviewers as we're trying to get newer people into the code. For years, we've always done interpolation and different stuff. And so it's easier for people that have done it for a long time, but having this table in here for new code officials, I think will be very helpful.
Okay.
I like it. I support.
Makes sense to me.
All right.
Can I ask probably a dumb question?
No dumb
So
questions.
the table above that, I've wondered why that limits stud heights at 10 feet, but we really allow it at 12. Could we do a similar strike there, or is that not?
So this is the table that is referenced. It's like the beginning of the recipe, and it says you got to use this table. Here's what the rule is. That next table down was an exception to this path. So there's certain exceptions, and
That we did not used to have this.
Yeah,
table.
we
So
didn't.
this now fixes the first table.
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we never had 602.3 parenthetical 6. We haven't had it. So
I like this then.
So in the 2020 res code, the only way you could get into a taller than 10 foot was without non-prescriptive design would be to get to that 150 PLF max line load to your wall studs. Now you can get higher loads to your wall stud and get up above 10, just up to 12 feet.
This is great.
Good.
All right. Moving on to table 602.3 parenthetical 1, the prescriptive fastening schedule. Let me get that open real quick. So some model code changes to this table. You'll see every code cycle, it seems like there's been changes to this prescriptive table. And all it's doing is aligning the IBC and the IRC. Whatever happens in the IBC, they update in the IRC. So that's what happened for the most part in the model code changes to this table that you see in pink. I wanted to point out on the roof sheathing schedule or portion of the table, if I can get there. 602.3. So it's line items Line items 31, 32. Just wanted to point out it's going to be a change, significant change for installation of roof sheathing using 8Ds for 3/8 to 3/4 inch thicknesses. In the past, it was 6 and 12 fastening, and then there was a footnote that for high wind, and I think it was below 130, you had to do 4 inches on center within 4 feet of your gable ends. And then if you're over 130, you had to do, or it was 6 inches, or no, yeah, 4 inches. And then something different for greater than 30. That's all changed on this cycle. Now the standard requirement is 6 and 6. So 6 on edges, 6 in the field. So tighter fastening for roof sheathing attachment. And then a footnote F that gets you to, that has been updated. And that footnote F gets you to 4 inches on center at those within 4 foot of edges, ridges, gable ends. When your basic wind speed is greater than 130 in exposure B or greater than 110 in exposure C. So just wanted you to be aware of those changes. I know we're not inspecting roof sheathing attachments regularly, I don't think, but something for the builders to be aware of. And then in a BCD change for footnote A is just that alignment with 30113 changes accepted engineering practice. So I'll leave it open for the committee on any of these changes to table 60231, parenthetical 1. Any concerns? Good.
Just have one question.
Yeah.
I don't think we see a lot of them anymore, but staple sheathing, I didn't see any change in the alternate attachment for the roof in that one. So they can still do that the same way.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. The next item down on the matrix is table 602.3, parenthetical 2, alternate attachments. Footnote G is a significant change. So let me get there real quick. Before I move on to that one, any other discussion on the table 602.3, parenthetical 1?
Jeremy, this is Rex. Is there a cost impact on this?
Yes, so there would be a cost impact. Jamin, if Jamin's online, so 6 and 12 versus, or 6 and 6 versus 6 and 12. I'm assuming it's minimal, probably negligible, but I don't know for sure.
So probably less than $1 a nail, so under $100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nails have obviously gotten very expensive lately, but again, you're talking half a box to $1 of nails, depending on the size of the house. So 100, 150 bucks. It's not a huge cost.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Thanks for asking about that. So any other questions on table 602.3, parenthetical 1? Okay, that one's approved, Laura. Table 602.3, parenthetical 2, alternate attachments. So this is this table is allowed as an alternate to the previous table, and it does have staples for roof sheathing attachment. If you look at IRC in the matrix, footnote G, the applicability of this table for roof sheathing attachment is limited to wind speeds less than or equal to 110 and requires the fasteners to be installed at 3 inches on center at all supports. The previous table allowed, let me just look at the current code. So it's way tighter than was allowed in the past, just so you know, Jonathan. So they're really tightening up the allowable use of staples by requiring them tightly spaced for the reasons just like you're thinking. Staples are not as good in uplift. So they had to make sure that these staples can resist the ASC 716 wind uplift loads. So it was, let me just double check with the 21, but so the previous table allowed Yeah, it looks like it was 3 and 6 and 3, 4 and 8, depending on the sheathing thickness. Now it's 3 and 3, and then also footnote G, if you look at the new footnote G, it kicks it out of allowing this in wind areas. So this is no longer allowed for staples in wind areas. This is only allowed where your wind speed is less than or equal to 110 miles an hour, and where you fasten at 3 and 3. So anywhere you had wind speeds over 110, you're out. So just something to be aware of. Does that answer your question, Jonathan?
Yeah, perfect. I just didn't see the footnote change. I was like, okay, that's scary.
Yeah. Okay. So any other questions on this table 602.3 parenthetical 2?
No, looks
Hearing
good.
none. Okay, hearing none. This one's approved, Laura. Section 602.9, there's really no change here. I just wanted to point it out. So when you get to section 602.9 in your doc, the IRC change here is in pink, is that the cripple wall requirements apply only to exterior cripple walls. We already captured this. We leaped ahead last code cycle and knew this was coming and already had it in our Oregon 2021 res code. So this is no change. We're rescinding our old amendment and capturing the model code change. So any concerns with this one? Okay. Hearing none, that one's approved. 602.10. So we're into wall bracing. Figure 602.10.1.1. I don't know if this one. Let's check. 602.10.1.1. Sorry, I'm getting there.
Page 21 on the code docs, or the chapter 6 in the code docs.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think this one, I don't know if we need to talk this one. This is one I don't think we captured in the code doc. But I'm going to recommend and talk it right now. So in this figure, if you look at brace wall line A, I'm recommending that, so right at brace wall line A and brace wall line 1, that top left corner, maybe I'll share my screen so we can look at this together. Can you guys see my cursor moving around?
You bet.
Okay, so I'm on figure 602.10.1.1. So right here, where I'm circling my cursor around brace wall line A and brace wall line 1, I'm proposing to modify this figure so we just pull another dimension line out here, right here off of this exterior wall, and that we measure from that exterior wall to this exterior wall and what's noted as brace wall line 3. And we say length of brace wall line A. And the reason is because people are still misunderstanding or misapplying the required lengths of brace wall lines. And in the code allows you to allows the designer a lot of flexibility. And one of those options of flexibility is to capture the brace wall line length as from an exterior intersecting or exterior wall to brace wall line, or brace wall line to brace wall line. In old code paths, it did require you to always go to the worst case scenario, but that's no longer what the code requires. So I just wanted to change this figure to clarify a requirement in there. And I just wanted to hear if you have any objections with that recommendation or not.
Jeremy, is that because you guys get a lot of clarifying questions on that? That would be
Yeah.
my guess is why you're proposing it.
Yep, we're getting hundreds of questions on 60210 every month.
I support your change to try to
Okay.
solve the questions. It also adds some clarity, so thank you.
Any other
Hey.
thoughts?
I agree. That sounds good. This
Okay.
is Kevin.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
I
Okay.
agree. And so the biggest issue was that people didn't just take that down from that window, past that window as brace wall line.
Well, yeah, brace wall line length is kind of a tricky one because it's up to the designer to tell you
Where it is.
where they're
Yeah.
deciding what the extent is.
Okay.
They have options and then and it really depends on weird configurations and all sorts of site specific, project specific applications. So it's
So here
really,
you're like, here it is.
yep.
Okay.
So just showing that is one of the options. And we could even add, per in accordance with blank or per whatever. But just be aware, I think in the future, you'll start seeing some clarifications to 60210. We wish we could have done more this time, but we're struggling with some coordination and collaboration with ICC. We're wanting them to fix it on their end. And I think that's going to happen in the future, but we just didn't want to get over our skis too much on some of these changes. So,
And Jeremy, anytime you want to put in accordance with, we do actually appreciate those because, like when Robert did all the ones for the foundations and stuff early on, quite often you end up going back to the figure to go, oh, what section was that one in? So it is helpful.
Mm-hmm.
okay, sounds good. Good to know. Thank you. Okay, hearing no more on this one. That one's an approved, Laura. So next, no change to costs on that one. Ian. 602.10.12, location of braced wall lines. So this is a new model code change to be aware of that they've pushed through. I'm concerned with it. I've talked to ICC's senior staff engineers. They have some concerns with it too. Also, their figures do not align with this change that they've made in this section. 602.10.12. So what it's doing is it's saying this places a limit on how much of the required brace wall panel length can be offset from the brace wall line. They're now saying no more than 2/3 of the required brace wall panels per your calculation or whatever required bracing length. No more than 2/3 can be offset to one side of the brace wall line. So if you had a wall, then one little jog, and one of the brace wall lines pops off 4 feet or whatever, you couldn't allow that anymore. I just don't see a justification for that. I asked for engineering, the basis for all of this. They couldn't give it to us. So I think it was like kind of one of these, here's a good idea, but maybe not a good idea. We, in the past code cycle, we said, if your exterior wall doesn't jog at all, you can't arbitrarily bring it in 4 feet to reduce the amount of bracing you need on the structure. Designers, I guess we had heard that designers were trying to kind of cheat the system by using that path. And that's definitely, that's basically artificially reducing your diaphragm and the loading to a wall line. So, which doesn't make sense. But when you have a few jigs and jogs, shouldn't be an issue. But we're recommending striking the new model code language and retaining the existing Oregon language. Just want to hear your thoughts on that.
I like it.
Good.
I agree. The stuff at the code hearings, it sometimes takes a couple cycles to get it right. So I support your recommendation.
I agree.
I'm assuming current practice hasn't caused any issues.
Yeah, current practice. I don't know if the code officials online can mention if the 2021 ORSC amendment where we basically, because we knew this was kind of coming or something like this was coming, so we had the Oregon amendment that did not allow the offset when you had a continuous run of wall with no jigs or jogs. Any issues from designers that you're aware of, or anybody that's with
No,
current
that was great. I
practice?
think we addressed that issue, yeah, in the last code cycle.
Okay. Yeah, so no issues that we're aware of that this would be an issue, no change in cost.
Hey, Jeremy, this is Rex. We appreciate your keeping an eye on these national changes that may or may not make sense, and instead of just blanket accepting them. Thank you for that.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, we know cost is a big issue in triggering engineering on some of these things, you know, kind of making sure that the prescriptive path is easy is what we're trying to do. We know it's gotten kind of crazy in the past few code cycles. So, and I guess we could just mention right now that there are discussions happening for either a SAM, probably a SAM or future appendix, but probably a SAM. We're going to be looking at potential new path for prescriptive lateral, similar to what was allowed under the 2008 SAM method, but elevating it to current performance objectives. Just something to be aware of that's coming. And then the board would probably be reviewing. We're not sure when that would happen, but fairly soon, I think. So moving on to table 602.10.1.3 brace wall line spacing.
Jeremy,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
stand by. Laura is asking about retaining an Oregon amendment with, say it again? 602.10.1.2. Oh, that the blue lane. Yeah, you didn't discuss that, right?
Yeah, that was part of this discussion. So our recommendation was to not accept the new model code and retain the existing Oregon amendment, and that's what the committee just recommended. Yes, of course.
He's good. Thank you.
Yep.
And also we're up to 11 here, so if anybody break time, just reminder. Say yay or nay. No breaks. Okay, keep going, Jeremy.
All right, table 602.10.1.3.
Jeremy, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
On the statewide alternate method for, you said similar to the 2008 wall bracing.
Right.
I know as plans examiners, we really were glad that went away.
Okay.
Because it's, wall bracing is complex, and what you wrap your brain around one way, and then to have to know another way that other designers, may use it honestly complicates things in plan review. I don't know if any other plans examiners have thoughts on that.
I'll agree with Carrie. We were excited when it went away because other than the ability to use bolts instead of straps for the portal frame, in reality, there wasn't a huge difference. I think a lot of it was just holdover. People didn't want to learn the 11 process, and shockingly, in a lot of cases, when we were walking people through it at the counter, the 11 code was a lot easier on their project than trying to apply the 08 version. It was just they were used to the 08 because that's how we were all trained when we built or when we designed. It's the new stuff honestly isn't that challenging. But I agree, having two separate design approaches is hard to make sure you're getting it right, especially out in the field and stuff. Even if it's on the approved plans, you're looking at things rather quickly, and you're having to pause to see which one they really designed out of. And often the installers are like, "Oh no, I just did this at the other house," and they just did it, and that wasn't how we reviewed it.
Well, the one good thing for me is up until I got here 3.5 years ago, there was no wall bracing on any plans that were submitted through here, so they didn't get confused between the two of them. But we fixed that. I agree, it does make it more challenging. But on the flip side of that, the more options we give designers and developers, the better it is in our world. And I know it makes us it's more challenging for us as plan reviewers. I just know that being code officials is difficult. And so sometimes the more options that we can give people, it's just better for our industry. So I understand that the struggle, you know, it was like when we had energy codes, you got to pick a horse. Before, when we were doing both IECC and ASHRAE, and people, when the state had both of those at that time. But I just like giving people as many options as possible. That's my only perspective on that. But I completely understand how challenging wall bracing is. But I just like giving people options.
And Adelaide, I agree with you on giving them the options. And, you know, I would even recommend the OA in certain cases, but I think my comment, and I know Jeremy's taking this outside of the committee, so it will be one that we'll have future conversations on, is just individual jurisdictions and stuff, is what is the benefit of the potential future SAM if it is literally, using the example that I used, the ability to use SSTBs or other anchor bolts instead of a strap. Let's have a SAM strictly for that, not a whole new wall bracing path type thing. You know, it's kind of, is it more beneficial we narrow the scope down for what they're truly needing than an entire new process?
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. It's like the further we get away, and we're going to continue to get away in time from that 08, and then you're just kind of updating it in a baby step. And I think it is a lot to keep track of. And we do have the ability to do alternate means and methods. So that is appreciative. And I think that we use it when we need to, when the situation calls for it. And, but it's hard to keep track of both and then make sure that it's all documented on the plans as well. So
this isn't
more
part of the
specific
code discussion today. So rather than, it's
Sorry,
great
Eric.
feedback. It's great feedback.
Sorry, I just, we were so glad to see
Going to be made in a
2008 go away.
vacuum. It's made with input from designers and building, you know, officials and plans reviewers. You know, the division will look at it. I mean, we get different feedback, lots of different feedback in different scenarios. I mean, I know personally of 2 designers that stopped designing houses entirely because of bracing requirements and the complexity. And then that ramps up cost, because designers are typically a little cheaper than architects and engineers for designing. And so there's counterbalance, but part of the cost of affordable housing is also, you know, time and plan review time and complexity on plan reviewers and the confusions that's caused by all of these things. So one of the big things the division is looking at is affordability. And so, but taking into account the complexity on local jurisdictions for plan review is also part of the complexity on designers and how that drives costs. So we definitely will be looking at all of that and not in a vacuum if we do something. But just know the big picture is right now is affordability and looking for ways. So options or easier design, easier review. But if it makes it easier on one end, but not the other, then you're just shifting costs and it doesn't make sense. So that conversation will be had. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry to sidetrack it, but hope that you'll take a close look at that.
Yeah. And feel free to email us thoughts, future thoughts on the matter. We'd appreciate it. Thanks. Table 602.1.3 brace wall line spacing. This one, there's a model code, a BCD recommended edit. You'll see the one we just changed the ultimate to basic. And then seismic bracing. The seismic bracing has 4 different rows. The last bracing row is the specific, or sorry, it's not the last one. There's five rows. One's on the next page. So the fourth row is the 900 square foot room exception. And what we're recommending here is to clarify a requirement. We're getting a lot of questions where people are thinking that the designer has to use this as a path to get to the 35 feet, but that's not correct application. So we just clarify here up to 35 feet to allow for a single room not to exceed 900 square feet where the spacing of all the brace wall lines does not exceed 25 feet. And then period. The required bracing per table 602.3 parenthetical 3 is not required to be adjusted in accordance with item 3 of table R602.3 parenthetical 4 for this application. So for this application, this is one of the listed applications here. And for this application, they do not have to use the amplification factor in this one instance. And then the next row down is the option when they could do 35 foot all day long in high seismic, as long as they use the amplification adjustment factor. So just wanted to clarify that, leaving it open for the committee to weigh in on. No change to cost, just a clarification.
I'm okay with your change. I will openly admit that I take some liberty in the context of single room, especially in the context of this provision, because every once in a while you'll have like a big bedroom with a closet and, oh, I got 2 rooms. Okay, it still works. But, you know, miraculously that closet didn't make it unsafe. But I think it helps clarify that for people.
Okay. My thought too is that this exception should probably go away, in my opinion, but it's just there. It's been there for a long time. I think it was there from like 2006 or earlier codes. Came through as a proposal by one advocate, but it doesn't really make sense if you think about it, because it's just load is load is load. It doesn't know how big the room is. It doesn't know what interior partitions you have. It's just tributary diaphragm load to a brace wall line. So this is my thought on the matter, but I've talked to ICC about that, and they just said it's in there because of an old proposal that made its way through ICC. So,
well, using your argument and my throwing myself under the bus, saying I use it for multiple rooms periodically. What about just changing it, since Eric was so nice enough to give us floor area now to 900 square feet of floor area between brace wall lines, and then that way, regardless of rooms, because that's really what the matter is.
sounds good. Any other thoughts on that?
You're welcome. Jeremy, can you help Laura capture that suggestion?
Oh yeah, so on that row that we edited already, up to 35 feet to allow for a single room not to exceed 900 square feet in floor area, correct?
I would take out single room, just to allow for a single 900 square foot, or not to exceed 900 square foot of floor area type thing. Because we don't, as long as they're not partitions actually transferring load, we don't care about them.
Right.
So you potentially, what we're saying is you can have 900 square feet of area that is not protected by an additional brace wall line. That's the intent of it, right? If I have a bathroom partition wall that happens to intersect that 900 square feet, it's doing nothing, even though we say drywall does stuff, but it's doing nothing.
Yeah. The whole idea is for great rooms, just so you know. So it's intended for great rooms.
And big masters.
Yeah. And remember, it can only be used once.
So what was the final language there? I'm not sure that Laura was clear on where you landed.
I'll let Jonathan talk that.
She's pulling it up.
I would do up to 35 feet to allow one single 900 square foot floor area within the brace wall. I don't know how to capture that part of it within the brace. Encompassed within brace wall lines.
Laura can't share right now. We're having a little technical difficulty. Probably sorry. Zoom quit. So
I
no.
will openly admit I have to do what I sometimes have to do for this part of it. I have to actually type it. It makes more sense to me.
I'll stand by here because she's going to have to get relogged in, I think.
Jonathan, could we mark that as a cost savings? I mean, I know that they're keeping track of that, but if it allows more flexibility in design and could allow.
I think it would, because it would, if the intent is really, we can have up to 900 square feet of floor area that is unencumbered by brace wall lines within that 35-foot spacing, it regardless of if it has some interior walls in it, yeah, it would be able to be used more. So yes, it would, in my mind, it would be cost savings.
I think capturing the good is the important part too.
I think Laura's back up. Can you take another run at, are you good, Laura? Nope, wait, nope. I'm getting ahead, no. Jeremy, you know what it's supposed to say? No. Send it to us, Jonathan. Can you do that?
Yep, if you guys want to move on to the next one, I'm typing and figuring out decent language, and then we can circle back in a minute.
Okay.
All right. Next item is R602.10.2.2. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Let me get there real quick. Sorry, the matrix item is reading incorrectly there. It's a copy paste of the previous row is what I'm seeing. Is that what you guys are saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So R602.10.2, that matrix item is a model code clarification, adding exceptions. Let's see here. Brace wall panel should be within 10 feet. So this is location of brace wall panels. So then you've got exceptions for high seismic. So you got the 10-foot, you got exception for high seismic. So they've reformatted, basically just a reformat here. They've got this exception one now. Points you to 602.10.1.1 for high seismic. And then number two, with continuously sheathed method, they're just saying you got to comply with 602.10.7 for the low seismic. So no significant change there. It's just a clarification and a reformatting. And then to the next subsection, 602.10.2.2.1, location of brace wall panels and high seismic. Let's first start with the model code change. That one has the item 2 there, exception 2. Brace wall panels constructed of method PFH or ABW or of method BVWSP, where a hold down is provided in accordance with table 602.10.654, shall be permitted to begin not more than 10 feet from each end of a brace wall line. So what's going on here is, you know, when you didn't meet the 10-foot requirement, then you had to drop a hold down. This is just saying that if you've already got the hold down because the code requires it elsewhere, for an ABW or a portal frame or the method BVWSP, those qualify as meeting that hold down requirement that we've always had. So no change there. It's just clarifying that because we have had code officials require a double hold down scenario because the code wasn't clear in the past.
Sounds good.
And then on the BCD recommendation on exception 1, we recommended adding on exception 1, brace wall panel constructed of method WSP, PFH, ABW. So we added PFH and ABW here, or BVWSP and continuous sheath methods shall be permitted to begin not more than 10 feet. When you comply with one of the following, we confirm with ICC that PFH and ABW have always been intended to be captured by this exception. as part of method WSP. And you'll see in method WSP and all the tables and the requirements, PFH and ABW are basically method WSPs, but they're kind of like these alternates to allowances for method WSP. And that's what they used to be per old codes, but when they shifted the language and they put all the different methods, and there's a big list of different methods, they're separate and distinct. So this is just clarifying that this exception does allow PFH and ABWs to be offset. It doesn't have, they don't have to begin at the end of the brace wall line.
That makes sense.
Okay. No cost change on this row for the matrix, just clarifications. Any concerns?
Clarification is good.
Hearing no other comments. Mark that one as approved, Laura. Table 602.10.3 parenthetical 1 bracing requirements based on wind speed. The IRC caught up with made a change to include a row for less than 95 mile-an-hour wind speeds, which is nice. But that was already an Oregon amendment. We had captured that under the 2021 res code, and we had 90, 95, 100, 105. We added lots of different options there. So it's really no change there on that table 602.10.3 parenthetical 1. So hearing no discussion on that one, approved. Table 602.10.3. So Laura, on that one, that's kind of like a, we had already reached forward. The model code change rescinds the Oregon amendment on that one item, but not the others, because we have a Oregon amendment that captured more than just the net, less than 95.
She thumbs it up, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Table R 602.3 parenthetical 3 bracing requirements based on seismic design category. So the IRC change added the missing methods. So it had missed the methods ABW, PFH, and PFG in the column for method WSP. That's kind of like what we just talked about. It no longer allows, well, so it no longer allows prescriptive lateral for top story or middle story of a 3-story in high seismic, so SDT2. Replaces that 3-story figure it used to have with 3-story dwelling to clarify that 3-story dwellings are outside the scope of prescriptive seismic in SDCD2. Revised footnote B to remove soil site class assumption to eliminate conflict with ASC 716, section 11.4.8. This has to do with that 2-period response spectra for seismic that's changing to a multi-period spectra in the future codes, but we don't need to worry about that. It's just fixing that potential conflict. Doesn't change anything, really. Footnote F clarifies that portal frame with hold downs, PFG, and ABW are only permitted on a single story or first of 2 stories. Footnote H clarifies that in seismic design category 2, it's limited to 2-story for prescriptive seismic application. So all of those things are just clarifying edits that the IRC did for changes. Any concerns or recommendations on that one?
No.
Good. Hearing none, that one's approved, Laura. Table 602.10.3 parenthetical 4, seismic adjustment factors to required length of wall bracing. More IRC change clarifications. Item 7 points to new subsection 602.10.654 for method BVWSP and high seismic, which contains some new clarifying. It's a reformat of the existing provisions and provides some clarifications there for method BVWSP. Item 8 points to a new subsection in that same method WSP and CSWSP and high seismic. It contains clarifying reformat of existing provisions. Footnote G clarifies that SDC D2 is limited to two-story for prescriptive seismic.
Okay.
Any thoughts or concerns on those changes? No. Okay. Hearing none, that one's approved, Laura. No cost change, just clarifications again. Section 602.1065, wall bracing for dwellings with stone and masonry veneer and seismic D0 through D2. So this, really no change to this is IRC change clarifications that you see in pink there. The first paragraph, they relocated from the end of the existing provision to the beginning, and then they clarified that townhouses in SDC D0 through D2 with stone or masonry above the first story height or outside the prescriptive seismic scope requires non-prescriptive design. And then second paragraph clarifies that 1 and 2 family dwellings exceeding 2 stories with stone or masonry veneer are outside the prescriptive seismic scope. No change to application there as well. So just all that pink stuff is kind of a reformatting and clarification of existing. No change to cost. Any concerns with that? In the committee? Hearing no discussion, that one's approved, Laura. 602.10.651, subsection. Veneer on first story only, no change, just move to it's a new subsection. And then this portion clarifies the dwelling scope by the section where stone or masonry doesn't extend beyond the first story height, get to use 602.10 for lateral design without this section. So they're just not subject to this special requirement. And then similar changes in 602.10.652 related to the other discussion we had earlier. No change, just move it to a subsection and clarifies that dwelling scope by the section where the stone or masonry exceeds first story height shall be constructed using method DVWSP. And then in the last subsection here, 602.10.653, limited veneer height, limited veneer exceeding first story height. No change to the requirements, just reorganize and move to a subsection, clarifies that dwelling scope by this section where the stone or masonry veneer does not extend beyond the first story height, get to use 602.10 for lateral design without this section. So all three of those subsections, any thoughts, concerns on those changes, clarifications? Hearing none, those are all approved, Laura. Table 602.10.5, minimum length of brace wall panels. So this is a BCD recommendation on this table. We propose to strike those listing where it says header heights of 11 feet and 12 feet. You can't have header heights of 11 feet and 12 feet. You look at the figures, it limits it to 10 feet. I'm writing here on the matrix that it's a misleading, it's created questions and confusions that we've received. The related figures that are required to be followed per the sections for these portal frame requirements are very clear. They provide the limits, and the allowed increase to 12 feet for the total wall height is clear without these extra footnotes and columns. The model code was trying to be helpful with this, but it's just created more confusion in our opinion. But feel free to let us know if you want to retain model code here, or if you agree with the division's recommendation to strike.
I support the division's record to strike it so that way it's clear.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
Simple is better.
I'm all for less confusion.
Okay. Thank you. Laura, that one's approved. Figure 602.10.6.2, method PFH, portal frame with hold downs. On this one, I got to double check to see what you're seeing on the doc here. And if it's not on the doc, I can just talk it.
Yeah, I don't see it on there, Jeremy.
Okay. There we go. Yeah. Thanks for pulling that up. Thanks, Laura. So this one, figure 602-1062 method PFH. So these recommendations, it was always worded weird in the model code. It says minimum 3.25, 3.5, or 3 inch by 11.25 net header, period. Steel header prohibited. And then it says if half-inch spacers used, place on backside of header. So these edits are pointing to the header. We would say header size shall be the greater of that required by section R 602.7. So that's what you do to size your prescriptive header, and 3 inch by 11.25 inch nets. So they have to choose the greater of. We've had questions on this too, where hey, so we don't even have to check a header. We just put in this minimum, and that's not true. You have to check for gravity loads first, and then you would see which one controls. Minimum would be the 3 inch by 11.25 inch net. If you get a gravity load or a header that could be smaller than that. And then just adding a period there just for clarification. And then showing the reinforcing in the stem wall just with a couple dashes. And then the model code, the way they're showing the section through this should be showing a footing. They're not. So I just recommended kind of cutting off their drawing so it's not confusing to people of what the requirement is. This does require a minimum footing all the way through the zone. So any thoughts, questions on these recommended edits to figure 602-1062?
Like it.
Thumbs up. Okay, great, thanks. Hearing no concerns, that one's approved. Similarly, the next figure down, these edits, same exact idea. And then the only additional thing on this one is just to point to the footing and then show continuous exterior wall footing for R403.1. This one, I'd like to hear the committee. We've asked questions to American Wood Council. We've asked question to ICC. We've read through chapter 4. So 403.1 requires continuous footings around the perimeter of the home for exterior walls. So that's kind of the general take. And that would also be considered under the openings, windows, doors, and a garage door. But it doesn't specifically say you're out for garage door openings. We've heard that common construction practice in certain areas is not to continue the footing under the garage opening and just pour a thickened slab or whatever, so no continuation of a footing. But that's not the way we interpret or read it, and that's consistent with kind of portal frame design does have some loading scenarios going on. This is going to have a high gravity load, so not having a footing right near the edge of the wall could create problems. There's also some potential overturning going on here. So this is the way we interpret, but we could, since it's not in the code specifically, other than 403.1, we just wanted to get your thoughts on this little edit.
I like the edit. I don't think I've seen anybody not put in a footing. I've seen a couple where they've done a monopore of the slab afterwards, but they dialed it back in and tied into the existing footing and stuff, but I've never seen one without a physical footing. So I think it helps clarify that.
Okay. Any other, and also if it's engineered, Jamin, this would be different. The foundation, I'm assuming the engineer could do a designed footing for this zone that would meet 30113, or a non-engineer could do it.
Yeah, I would never encourage anyone to not pour that footing through there and tie it all together. It's a very minimal cost and adds a lot of strength. So I don't see any scenario where anybody would really want to eliminate that to save money, because there's not much of a cost there to save.
Thanks. Any other thoughts from the committee on this one?
Good edit.
Great, thanks. That one's approved, Laura. we're going to the next one. Yep, same thing here for the sorry, can you scroll down a little bit more, Laura? Is this the low seismic one? No, this is CSPF. So CSPF, similar, same edits. Yeah. Okay. So that one's approved as well. Hearing no concerns. Thanks for bringing that up, Laura. 602-10654. Anybody need a break? Are we good? So it looks like we're probably going to lunch. What are we going to, are we just going all the way through till lunch? Is that what we're doing? Okay. 602-10654, length of bracing. This one's an IRC change. No change to the construction requirements, just reorganized and moved to a different subsection. Clarifies requirement to determine length of bracing depending on the application of the preceding subsections. So any concerns with that model code clarification? No change to cost or anything? Hearing none, moving that one is approved, Laura. Table 602-10654, method BV WSB wall bracing requirements. Is an IRC change. No change to the construction requirements except that the top and middle story of 3-story dwellings clarify that they're not allowed to be designed prescriptively in high seismic, SDC D2 specifically. 3-story and SDC D2 are scoped out of prescriptive seismic. There's also a new footnote D allowing interpolation between your brace wall line lengths in this table. Any concerns with those IRC changes in this table? No change to costs. Hearing none, that one's approved, Laura. Table 60 or section 603, cold form steel wall framing. The model code now specifically references AISI S230 and 240 standards for optional compliance path for wall design and construction tolerances and web hole provisions. And that's an updated standard, AISI S230. That's also referenced by the LSSC. It's updated as well there. Any thoughts, concerns on that model code change? Hearing none, that one's approved, Laura.
Jeremy, if I emailed you over the language if you want to finish 60210.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we can work with that. You emailed it to Laura, it looks like also, Jonathan.
Yes, I sent it to Laura also.
Do we just want to have the committee review it real quick? Yeah. There it is.
Look that good, Elizabeth?
Good job, Jonathan.
Any other feedback? Okay, captures the original intent and clarifies it. Thank you. That one's moves forward, Laura. Approved. Okay, so 60210, yeah, is done, and we went to 603. That one is we heard no concerns with the AISI S230, 240 references, so that one's approved. Section 608.1, exterior concrete wall construction. This is just a BCD recommendation to strike that reference to RDP for consistent with our 106.1 30113. Hearing no concerns there, that one's approved. Section 60851, GWP of concrete wall construction for public proposal -6, Webley Bowles NBI. So
this is I think Webley is here, correct? There are, I assume the committee located them. There are 4 pieces of testimony that were submitted related to this also on the committee page. hopefully you're able to read through those and digest those a little bit. And I can turn this over to Webley now. Would you like to talk your proposal?
I would. My computer just froze at the best time possible. So if you can just give me a second, I'd appreciate it.
The section is R608.5.1.
All right, I'm up and running. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Thanks for hearing this proposal. So my name is Webley Bowles. I'm a senior project manager at New Buildings Institute. Just a quick rundown of this. This code change proposal supports Oregon's climate goals to reduce GHG emissions by 45% by 2035. Residential projects use the second most amount of concrete, second only to jurisdictional projects. So that's why this building type is the topic of the proposal. So a quick word on embodied carbon, if you haven't read the documents. Building operations, you're probably aware, are responsible for about 39% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and 11%, sometimes up to 15% of those are related to the emissions associated with the creation of building materials and construction activities. So we developed this proposal based on conversations with organizations that we've been having over the years. And this code change proposal amends chapters 2, 5, and 6 to address these emissions. So chapter 2 is the definitions. Chapter 5 refers concrete floor materials to the requirements in chapter 6. Chapter 6 is the bulk, which this proposal would require that 75% of all concrete mixes meet a specific GWP limit for the strength or a weighted average for all of the mixes within a single project. We have a couple exceptions in there for precast, shotcrete, auger cast driveways, and other flat work based on research, which we can get into. The proposed GWP values are about 30% higher than the Portland low carbon concrete policy, meaning that what we're proposing is less stringent. And this is because we're not considering this a low carbon concrete proposal, but it sets a cap on concrete GHG emissions. And most concrete providers would be able to meet these requirements without using alternative cements to achieve the targets. And we can talk more about that too. So the industry has started to adapt to this type of regulation, but because of Oregon's goals, we need to move faster. The Global Cement and Concrete Association is moving forward with reducing emissions by 50% by 2030 and trying to get to zero by 2050. So adopting this code change proposal will require some concrete suppliers to improve their mixes to meet our state GHG emissions and continue to grow as we continue to grow and use more concrete in the state. So we're trying to minimize the impacts of greenhouse gas emissions of our building materials and products. So we need to work within the existing code structure. And since this is where concrete is regulated in the code, this is why I'm here today. So unlike operational emissions, those can be improved over the lifespan of the building through deep energy retrofits and decarbonization, electric grid, et cetera. Embodied carbon emissions really occur before the building is occupied and can't be reduced over time. So that's why we need to address this in the building code now to reduce Oregon's emissions. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. This is Adelie from Malheur County. I took your code proposals and met with several builders in Eastern Oregon and some design professionals, and they weren't supportive of this. One of our other big concerns on top of them not supporting it is a lot of our concrete comes out of Idaho, batch plants across the river. And they're just really concerned about them, running two different batches, whether they're coming to Oregon or Idaho, and what it does to our contractors that work in both. And so for several counties over here and our developers, I won't be supporting any of these proposals, but I wanted to let you know that some of our struggles with the bordering communities is our most of our materials don't come from Oregon. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Webley and Adelaide. Are there others? I know that there was multiple written testimonies submitted. Are there others that would like to chime in one way or the other before the committee? Or would the committee like to hear all of the feedback first? I guess that's up to the committee.
I'd be supportive of that.
Okay, looks like Richard.
Good morning. Am I coming in?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Rich Angstrom. I'm the president of the Oregon Concrete Aggregate Producers Association. We're a trade association that represents the concrete and aggregate materials sector. We've been engaged in all kinds of governmental affairs work, both legislative and with state agencies. I've appeared several times over my 30-year career in front of the building codes divisions on various things. We are testifying, I think we're testifying against this proposal at this time. I want you to know that I vetted this with the top concrete professionals in Oregon, and not only in the East, but within a group of years, and received a bunch of feedback. A lot in the letter that was in that I have submitted to all of you. I encourage you to read that. It goes through things a little more on a global level and not so much some of the specific problems within the proposal. There's some I's that needed to be dotted and T's crossed to make it cohesive. We stayed on the big picture thing as far as our comments. The one thing I do want to say is the industry is really leading in Oregon, nationally even, reduction of carbon in our products. We first partnered with DEQ a number of years ago to require EPDs. And our approach there was allow the specifiers, people that are doing lead work and other kinds of things, to look at a range of concrete mix designs that might make the structural component to pick the least concrete mix design, the one that has the least amount of carbon input. That was a successful program. We got a number of our companies throughout Oregon having EPDs now. That's just a way of measuring global warming potential. This last session for the highway work, we worked with Speaker Dan Rayfield, and we passed a bill for all the construction materials going on roads. And they're going to start collecting that EPD data and how it might structurally affect roads. The point of this is, even though this is about walls and homes, is we're at the infancy stage in looking at the global warming potential of all the products. And there's a whole series of problems and consistency problems of the inputs that come in to measure that, including way upstream. From just like looking at cement, where cement comes from, looking at the transportation costs. Companies are still using a little bit different numbers and things like that as far as getting to a consistent result in what the global warming potential of a mixed design might be. So I wanted to walk you through that. First off, to say, to kind of come to the conclusion that we are very premature in setting within building codes GWP limits. It's got to be site specific. It's got to be project specific. We trust architects and engineers to look at the various things and not mandate a one size fits all in code. We think would create a disaster. There's only two ways to reduce carbon in concrete, and that is you reduce the cement content or you substitute cement content with some other pozzolanic feature. We've made some great progress. OSU, as an example, we're working with the civil engineering department, is just finishing the research on the best opportunity to do that, and that's the Portland limestone cement, where we don't kiln the cement anymore to create the Portland cement. We're rolling it and crushing it, and we're able to mix a bit of that in and achieve the same strengths. We just know we can make the first level of strength. We don't know what the long-term consequences are even with these various pozzolan, alternative pozzolans. biochar is another example. And I'm a little, people are kind of excited about biochar, but I think that's where we're going to have some long-term conversation as far as the mixed designs. Not that we can't make short-term strengths, but what is the long-term impact of using these alternate materials? The last thing I want to just ask is, this is, I don't know if the committee has looked at other global warming potential proposals. That we all look at from our perspective that the building codes handle structure and make sure that the performance standards are set and they're workable for all of us out in the industry and with the engineers. This is delving into a whole new area that may not have anything to do, well, may tangentially have everything to do with strengths and performance, but it's really in another venue. And we're all curious, and we'll be watching what you guys do. And it's not that eventual building codes won't be doing this kind of work, I suspect. We think it's premature, but that's the conversation we're going to be interested in from the division, is if they want to launch into this as a whole matter. And if they do, then you better launch into it for all the building materials, not just for concrete. You're going to have to do it for wood. You're going to have to do it for steel. You're going to have to do it for all of it, so you create a level playing field. This is going to be a problem for our industry, where specifiers are going to look at this and say, well, can we make it? Can we not make it? Well, screw concrete. Let's just go on to steel or wood, because it doesn't have these kinds of processes to go through. We're pretty worried about that from the concrete industry. The last comment I would say is the one thing that the data is showing as far as carbon input, the conversation about cradle to grave versus cradle to gate. The concrete industry and the technology and science is moving towards away from cradle to gate into cradle to grave. And the reason is you got to have a holistic approach. You cannot take just a short window in the GWP calculation, because it's being gamed. To be honest, you got to look at the whole thing. And the one thing that we're seeing in concrete is that during the life cycle, the biggest carbon input, frankly, is the energy used to heat and cool the building. And with any kind of masonry building products, it moderates that energy curve and reduces the amount of energy needed to heat and cool the buildings. And there's a tremendous savings in carbon input because of that moderation from any kind of masonry product. It just absorbs the heat, as you all know, and lets it out more slowly. So that's why we prefer the holistic look. That concludes our testimony. We oppose this proposal, not that we don't think that reducing carbon in concrete is important, but we don't think this is the right place, and we think it's premature.
Thank you, Rich. Anybody else that would like to provide testimony in favor or opposition before the committee deliberates? Not seeing anything, so I will kick it to the committee.
I guess I'll go ahead and start. I honestly, I don't even really want to weigh into the merits of the actual proposal, because I just think it's not properly placed in the building code. One of the things that I've said a couple times for other proposals that have come in, especially for what I do, I hate having, and from being on the previous side too, on the public side, I hate having code provisions that aren't really enforceable from the jurisdictional standpoint. The most in this case we're going to get is a batch slip saying that they may have met all these requirements. So it's a challenging one for a jurisdiction to enforce by any means. And then, it appears, what they're the proponents actually wanting would be better placed in a different agency. I've had the pleasure of, in a past life, being part of a study with a different government agency that looked at this, and this was it's a significant thing to discuss, but usually comes from a different avenue. Building codes were really more intended for that life safety and energy use within the building, not the actual built environment that we're getting from, you know, we don't regulate the tree. We just make sure it's stamped appropriately and those sorts of things. And so unfortunately, just in that I don't think it belongs in the building code, I'm going to not support this.
This is Jamin. I agree with Jonathan and also with Richard. I think there's a lot of unknowns in the new technology and new mixes. I've read a lot of reports that there are concerns out there about the longevity of it and the strength. And I don't think that we should be using Oregon homeowners as guinea pigs to test out a new technology that's not proven. Obviously, the industry is moving in that direction. So I think letting the industry move in that direction on its own without trying to get ahead of get the cart out in front of the horse, if you will. So I'm not in support of it.
I agree with what has been said and also am not in support of it.
This is Rex, representing the Oregon Home Builders Association. When I first started this proposal, I guess it's been months ago now, as long as this process is taken, I put it in front of our leadership at Oregon Home Builders, and who reached out, and I believe Mr. Angstrom was one of the people that we reached out to and agreed with his synopsis. I agree with the statements of the committee members so far. Also talked to an engineer that's in our organization. He had some concern about the implications to his design. And then kind of echoing a little bit what Jonathan says, I'm not sure this committee, I think we'd be over our skis to try to recommend something like this go forward. I think it's a larger effort, probably, you know, a task force of engineers or something. It's something that the ECD needs to drive. So I won't be in favor of this at this time, at least not through this methodology.
Okay, thanks. Is there, so it's looking like that was all thumbs down from those who chimed in. Are there any thumbs ups for this continued discussion from the committee?
I'm a little bit neutral on it, but I appreciate what the committee members have said about where this belongs and how hard it will be to enforce. I appreciate what Jonathan said about that. I'm certainly curious to know other ways to get the reduction with certain standards. I'm curious to know what special inspectors might say about this, as well as engineers, but I'm not sure it belongs in the residential code.
Okay, anything else so far? Haven't heard or seen a thumbs up. Okay, so this is looking like a disapproval by the committee. Right, anybody disagree with that, committee members? Okay, put that down as a disapproval, and then Jeremy, I think we just got a few minutes before noon, and we should easily be able to breeze through the last 3 and 6 real quickly. Also, I'll kick it back to you.
Great, thanks. So section 608.9.2 on the matrix and section 608.9.3, both of those on the matrix are just aligning with the consistency in the changes that you've already approved in 30113 and R106.1. So if I don't hear any concerns there, we'll mark those as approved. And then a IRC change, section 609.4.1, garage door labeling. There's an IRC change that requires labeling of garage doors. The main thing I saw on the SIG change book on this one is discussions on insurance incentive programs such as fortifiedhome.org and some others. So it's basically verifying for insurance programs that they might achieve a certain performance objective. So any concerns with and I'm assuming, cost wise, maybe Jamin could weigh in or others. I'm not sure. Six of 9.4.1.
I'm not familiar with that labeling. Is it something that they typically already have?
Yeah, I'm not familiar either.
Mr. Chair, may I weigh in?
Go ahead.
Steve Strawn with Gentleman Windows and Doors. I can give you a little bit of background on this. It was really something that's about wind loading on doors, which is really not as huge an issue in Oregon as it is in some of the Southeast Gulf Coast states. But to that point, most of the garage door manufacturers would be participating in that program. So I don't know that it's a huge deal. You could strike it from the Oregon code, but it is something that's important in some of the Southeast Gulf Coast regions.
Thank you, Steve. Is Jamin online? Did Jamin have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I am. I was just looking at it.
Okay.
I can speak for what Highline does. We do high wind packages at the coast, in which case we, especially if you're within a half a mile of salt water, we won't build your home unless you opt into the high wind packages. And one of the things we do is it has to be an insulated door, and we add additional reinforcement to the garage doors. And wherever possible in the site conditions, try and orient the home so that it's not facing west or southwest to reduce the wind on the door. I don't know. I don't know how that would affect other builders, but it is something that we already address in our homes. I don't know that putting a label on the door would make a difference, or how that would work with enforcement or planning.
I think I would be inclined to strike it if it's not something that we're wanting to enforce or have had issue with.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in there. It is being struck. It's recommended to be struck.
Oh, gotcha.
We don't adopt
Great.
that section anyway, and we have it struck in the
Sorry.
online.
Got the perfect. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric.
This is Rick. Jamin, is it just your best practices that are doing that? Your modifications to the doors, or is there's nothing in the code that's driving that directly?
No, that was just something that was recommended by our installers, and we have for about a decade had what we call exposure packages that we use at the coast. One is for salt air, and one is for wind. It changes our roofing, it changes our windows, our flashings, all of that stuff for wind. When it's the salt air package, everything changes to stainless steel, fasteners, meter boxes. That's optional. Anyone that builds a home anywhere can opt into them. But as a rule, if you're within 1.5 mile of salt water at the coast, if you don't want those, then it's required from our point of view. So we've had potential customers that wanted to build right on the beach, but didn't want to pay the extra money for the salt air wind packages. And we turned them away and just said, no, we're not going to build you a home that's not suited for the location. It's just something we've done as best practice.
Okay, so it's
It
looking
sounds like the label would be adding a cost for sure. So I'm in favor of striking.
Sorry about that, Rex. Yeah, looks like that's what I'm hearing. And that was what our recommendation was. So that gets us through chapter 6 and right at noon. And I know Natalie had to be gone for an hour. The rest of you have a preference on timing? 30-minute lunch, 45-minute lunch, hour lunch?
I'm okay with shorter to get through it.
Same here.
Same
30.
here.
I have to drive to Vale to do an inspection really quick over lunch. So if I'm not back yet, I should be right back, but I gotta run, do an inspection at lunch. It's just me, so makes it harder.
Sure, no, understood. And it's not looking favorable that we're gonna get this done today anyway. So 30-minute, okay?
Yes.
So
Sounds great.
12:30, 12:35, we'll pick it back up.
And Eric, we're still scheduled for the 12th and 19th, right? Is that still expected schedule?
That's held. Yep, Laura has those two held, but we were hoping to get through today, but.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I think who's here is here. And we'll go again. Everybody good with that? I can see you now. I got multiple screens going. We left off with chapter 7. And I'll be doing 7 myself here. And where's the matrix? Not a whole lot here. Again, we're going to be skipping those existing Oregon amendments. The first one there on the matrix is really a lame duck. There was a change in the model code language, but we already deleted it. So it's recommended. They just reorganized and clarified there wasn't new provisions that we needed to look at. So they just reorganized what was already deleted. So we're recommending continuing to delete that. Second one is existing Oregon amendment. Third one is water resistive barriers 703.2, and it also covers 703.7.3, two different sections there. 7.3 is stucco. And so this is also mostly clarification. There's some back in the stucco section, there's the differentiation between climates like B and C. So the level of moisture for stucco finishes, not real pervasive. I ran this by Mark Heiser with our office also, and he said it's a doesn't really change much, it's just clarification on both of those. 703.4 and 5 are both existing Oregon amendments. Table R 703.841 is some new language specific for veneer attachment, larger air gaps behind veneer to accommodate thicker continuous insulation. So that's table. Let's take a look at, pull that one up. Hold on. R 703.8.4. Way down there. Still going. -20 there. Yeah, it's just some additional methodologies to accommodate instead of the 1 inch, a 4-inch gap for CI. Not an additional requirement, but additional flexibility. Any issues with that one since it is new? Oh, okay. The next one, 703.9, is just existing EAPS. That's statutory language. Nothing new there. And then those last two are model code change, one for vinyl siding over foam plastic sheathing and the other for soffits. And those, well, let me take that one at a time, sorry. 703.11.2 is wind pressures. And I don't know if, anything to add on that, Jeremy? there more meat to that than just,
No, just that ASTM reference. They just wanted to make sure it applied with that ASTM reference.
any issues with the new reference for vinyl siding for wind pressures? No, not seeing any. And the last one there in 7 is also model code, a model code change that introduced some specific prescriptive requirements for a bunch of different types of soffit materials, vinyl, fiber cement, different. Again, I don't see a cost increase here. It's really more additional flexibility and specific requirements. So fiber cement, vinyl, hardboard, WSP. Also, that's what I was remembering. There's also some wind pressure requirements that are specific to those different materials, and an associated table. It does split the requirements based on wind speed, wind pressure, that is, over and under 30. Anything to add on this one, Jeremy?
No.
Give you just a second to digest that stuff. Nothing on this one? Okay.
No.
Okay. Boom. Oh, chapter 7 in the books. Of course, we're keeping the WRB stuff. No change there. The Oregon specific, rain screen requirements. We bypassed that because it was existing, but chapter 8. I think we're going to kick it back to Jeremy. You going to cover 8? Talk about that. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It looks like in chapter 8, we may have a couple edits we need to make to the matrix, and then you might need to chime in, Eric, on a couple of these, but
yeah, sure.
So yeah, the first one is just the drainage control longstanding Oregon amendment. That one's approved unless there's any concerns there. Then the matrix says section R802. So I think we should probably add, so this first mention here, revised portions clarifying ridge beam and ceiling joist requirements. That's in some subsections to 802, but I see that there's some changes. 802.15 fire retardant treated wood. Looks like there's some model code changes in that section if you want to mention Eric, any thoughts on that? It looks like it's alignment with the, excuse me, IBC for fire retardant treated wood and some of those changes and clarifications that occurred. But I don't know if there's any other cost implications with this.
Which section are you in again?
R 802.1.5.
Gotta go way back. Hold on. Don't recall anything that I thought was an issue enough to bring up, but I'll check. All right.
Like the 802.152, the use of paints, coating, stains, other surface treatment is not an approved method of protection as required by this section. I think that was something we saw in the ABC.
Yeah, that's a clarification that
Okay.
you can't paint on. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Correlation and that painted on fire retardant isn't.
Right.
Yep. Not significant. That's just a clarification of the intent.
And then that fire testing of wood structural panels. Wood structural panels should be tested with a ripped or cut longitudinal gap of 1/8 inch. I don't know. 802.1531.
That's an alignment with testing standards.
Okay.
Not, again, it's just a clarification. It's not a new requirement as far as my understanding.
Okay. And then in 802.3, there's that was on the matrix item, the 802. So 802.3 ridge. There's just some clarifications in the model code language now. 802.3, where ceiling joists or rafter ties do not provide continuous cross ties, the structure is required by section R 802.52. The ridge shall be supported by a wall or ridge beam designed in accordance with exception engineering practice. This is one, Laura, that we need to change to design in accordance with R 301.1.3 as an Oregon amendment.
You got it.
Okay. And then in 802.4 rafters, just some clarifying. So this is basically just clarifying frame action with rafter construction. It's really important that if you're doing stick frame construction, that you have continuity. You're basically creating a truss out of the framing. If you don't create the truss, then you have to have a ridge beam spanning across to support the rafters. This is a common issue that comes up with the prescriptive solar installations and people looking at old existing homes that are stick frame. But anyway, all these provisions here in these pink here in 802.3 and 4 are clarifying the requirements for this, ensuring that this is very clear to make sure that truss action is being attained through the prescriptive code path. So that's what's captured by R 802. Any concerns with those updates?
Looks good.
That matrix item, okay. So Laura, note those approved. And then table R 802.5.2 parenthetical 1 heel joint connections. Looks like there are some model code updates there for roof spans. And an additional spacing of rafters of 19.2 inches added to the table. So just expanding the table. No concerns there. No change in cost, Ian, for any of these. Yeah. So that one's approved, Laura.
Perfect.
Table
Thank
R.
you.
Yeah. R 802.5.2 parenthetical 1. That one's approved. R 802.6 rafter and ceiling joist bearing. IRC code change, clarifying text to make sure that it's clear when a ridge board connection is sufficient for bearing. No concerns with that one. Heard, so that one's approved, Laura. No cost change. 802.9, existing Oregon amendment. Just a pointer to 301.226 for irregularities. That's existing. Hearing no concerns, that one's approved. Table R 804.3, cold form steel, roof framing members, connections, updated and clarified by some model code change language. No change to cost. Hearing no concerns with that one. It's approved, Laura. 8062 and 8065 existing Oregon amendments. I think these are Heiser, right? Eric, I'll turn it over to you for these.
Yeah, I can cover these. They're just deletions. They're existing deletions where the climate zones that don't exist in Oregon are deleted. Model code added some stuff in there, and it's just nothing new. Just deleting what doesn't apply here in the state. That's chapter 8. Anything else on chapter 8?
No.
Okay, chapter 9. Look at us go. I get easily excited. Okay, looks like the first 3 there on page 15 on the matrix are Oregon amendments. Again, bypassing unless somebody wants to discuss. Okay. Same with page 16, just the average temperature on the matrix of 250 degrees Fahrenheit, in case you caught that. I think it's supposed to be 25. It's pretty cold. Sidewall flashing, again, Oregon amendment. And then the only real new thing here is 905441, and that's just some more wind pressure stuff for language for metal shingles. And then the last one is just the ventilation, longstanding. You got to do ventilation in the areas where you pull sheathing when you're re-roofing. Any questions, comments, concerns, or issues with chapter 9? Or anything else you want to discuss in chapter 9?
No.
Okay. Wow.
We're gonna get through.
We're gonna, everybody's real quick. Yeah, Rex requested we do chapter 11 again. Heiser, are you good with that? Mark's listening. Mark better be listening. He's going to be up here in a real quick minute. Okay. So chapter 10, there's nothing. Just the existing Oregon amendment that in certain forested areas, but it's a planning rule in statute, just a reference. And we cleaned that up a little bit, just the language, but same reference. So just saying, hey, there's this other thing over here. You might have to have a spark arrestor on your chimney if you're in these zones. Not a building code issue. That is the only thing in 10. Okay. So that gets us up to standby. We've seen 11, 12. And so this is where Mark Heiser jumps in. Mark. Maybe not. You there, Mark? Well, Let me see. Stand by.
Okay.
It looks like Mark chimed in the chat. He said 1 minute. Let me look. Let us talk about something else.
Eric, I'm on. I had to, I saw you were on 8 and I said, okay, I can make one quick. You went too fast. Sorry. My apologies.
Well, I'm planning to get through. No worries, bud. Okay, so we're up to, well, we're up to 13 or 12. There's nothing 12, so all ready for you.
All right, chapter 12. And there were no significant changes, no working amendments in chapter 12. So why don't we move on to chapter 13? And what we'll be doing for the mechanical systems, we will be looking primarily at items that are potentially, well, changes for this year. We won't be going, like we had said earlier, we're not going over organ amendments unless someone wishes to discuss them. And in chapter 13, the one item that is different and new is a revision made to section M 1307.2 regarding anchorage of appliances.
And Mark, on that one,
Yes.
Jeremy, are you still with us or did you?
Yeah, I'm here.
That was one you kind of championed. Did you want to explain what happened there?
So this one is consistent with what you already reviewed. The committee already reviewed in chapter 3. There was the pointer in chapter 3. The model code points to the plumbing, the International Plumbing Code, or I can't remember what the other option is for strapping requirements. We point to our plumbing code for consistency, Oregon Plumbing Specialty Code. And then also we're aligning exactly in this chapter 13 here with the Oregon Plumbing Specialty Code. So it's just a code program coordination item with the program chiefs.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yes.
Forgot we went over that in 3. Thanks, Jeremy. Back to you, Mark.
And so that is the one revision for chapter 13. I believe since this is a covered issue, I don't know if you'd like to discuss any more or ready to go with this.
I just have one question in the context of it's aligning, and I'm in favor of what you guys did, but since the plumbing code points C's and below back to saying you don't have to strap it, do you think it would be good to put that exception language in here so we're not making people go look at the plumbing code just to come back and say they don't need to strap it?
I don't, doesn't it say anchored or strapped?
Right, but the plumbing code says if you're a C or below, you don't have to do anchorage or strapping. If you're a C or below.
I see what you're saying.
This one says you all have to in accordance with plumbing code. So that might be beneficial, just saying.
The only challenge with possibly doing that is if I remember correctly, and when you were looking this up, Jeremy, you can correct me here, but doesn't the model plumbing code doesn't exempt C, but we continue to? Is that how that went?
It had to do with townhouses only. Townhouses in C are captured by the IRC, but the plumbing code does not.
And I think
differentiate.
Doesn't differentiate
between townhouses in C and not townhouses in C. It's just seismic design categories D through D2 is my understanding.
Mm-hmm. And it's not that we can't obviously cross-coordinate, we do, but the cycles aren't always exactly aligned. And if for some reason something changed on that side, we'd be out of sync. I think that was part of the other issue, was just pointing over there. So we didn't have the out of sync, but at the, at the committee's pleasure, of course.
I can see the value in just referring to the plumbing code and leaving it at that in case, like you said, if it's not in sync.
And we could talk to Andy Skinner about Jonathan's recommendation to kind of capture that exception here as well. Just see what his thoughts are.
Sure. It'd be administrative in nature because it's not technical, as long as we were lining them up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rec, you could possibly put it in a text box too, but you still have the alignment problem.
Yep, just bring in the exact language from the plumbing code, just text box it in here. Yep.
That's
Good.
Yeah.
It's a good recommendation.
It's not typical, but because we point to plumbing code and electrical code for lots of things, but we don't provide text boxes. But I think it'd be something we need to discuss with Richard.
And sadly, you may want to, since we do, because of the 2021, technically we have B, just 1 and 2 families too. So it's more than just the townhome discussion. So
right,
I don't know.
We wind up with a lot of questions and authority work questions of, what's in the plumbing code. And that's the main reason for just going to them, is just to make sure it's their work and that they're very protective of it, and to make sure that it's winds up in the right place and referencing what they have. So there aren't ever any conflicts between the two.
And I appreciate that, Mark. That was going to be my next question. Why not just remove it? Because if I don't have the tech, if I don't have a CAP, and I don't have an actual code reference here, I can't technically cite that it needs to be strapped here if my plumber is not looking at it, because I don't have that. I don't have the authority to look in the plumbing code technically with a structural cert. So why not just remove it here? Let our plumbing inspectors look at it.
I think it's very similar to how other plumbing provisions, like where the structural code says when you have to have toilets, and the plumbing code says how you put them in, and the electrical code's the same way when you do, when you do certain things, but the electrical code's how you do it. So I think this is very similar to that. It's like you have to have it. But I don't think it works.
Yeah, water heaters are just a unique thing here in Oregon. So, because
Don't disagree. I was just trying to draw a correlation there, maybe. So what's your pleasure? I mean, you can recommend anything you want.
I like it. I say we recommend it. That's fine.
What was the recommendation?
To go with your guys' stuff.
Just to refer back to the plumbing code.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
I was just saving a person a step if they're in one of the B or C seismic zones, then looking, then coming back. But it's extra phone call. It's totally fine. You guys have tons of time on your hands.
Transfer it to Andy.
Andy, I'm sending it to Albany. Okay, Mark, back to you. So it looks like we're good on 13. But go ahead, Mr. Heiser.
All right, picking up chapter 14, just one organ amendment, nothing else new for chapter 14 of the ORSC. So unless any discussion of the little bit of organ amendment about condensate discharge, we'll be moving on to chapter 15.
I'm good with that.
All right. Chapter 15 for exhaust systems. We do have a pair of public proposals. The first one is in relationship to, I think it's PP, this is 28, in relation to section M 1504.3. And this is aligning with actually some language that was accepted and is published already in the 2022 Mechanical Code about systems that have combination exhaust intake devices. The little sort of looks like the little Y fitting that are used for discharge from a condensing combination outlets for a condensing furnace, except for this is for exhaust of ventilation air and then intake at the same point. It allows you to not require a 10-foot separation between these two, this specific factory built piece. I believe it was put in by the proponent is on the line, Mike Moore, and we'll turn it over to them if they'd like to just explain it in a little more detail.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, for that introduction. And thank you all for hearing this proposal. So Mike Moore, Stater LLC, representing Brown Newtone. And yeah, this is just an alignment proposal with the current model code and is meant to facilitate affordability, help with affordability, especially with respect to units where, you might not be able to get that 10-foot separation, but you could install one of these units that are designed by the manufacturer to separate the air streams and have been shown to be effective for doing so. And this would just align, again, Oregon with the model code there. I'm happy to answer any specific questions that the committee might have on this. I will say at this point, it's been approved. The language has been approved in the IMC as well as the IRC. So Oregon would just be right in step with what the model code is doing in this regard.
Hey, Mike, how long has it been in the model code?
It was put into the IRC in 2024. The IMC, it's been there for 2 cycles now.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any problem with the change.
Makes sense to me.
I'm good with it.
Support it.
This is Jamin. I reviewed the verbiage on this previously, and I just want to clarify something on the verbiage. I get in his proposal where he's saying it's adding an additional option. If you read the verbiage, it almost sounds like it's requiring it as the only option. So it's when you look at 1504.3, air exhaust openings shall terminate as follows. It doesn't say or, it says that it will be part of a factory built intake or exhaust system. So as I read it, it's limiting your options and making it a requirement, not an option.
That certainly wasn't my intent. And where I tried to clarify that was where in number 3 there, it says where either of the following apply. So it's not requiring both. It's just saying do one or the other. That was my intention anyway, to allow either path to achieve compliance.
Yeah, that's how we had to apply it. There's one or the other of the sub numbers.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because if you read 3.2 on its own, it kind of looked like it was a standalone requirement, but I see that now.
So this is truly adding another option. What about, is there a cost implication on this for Ian if the committee agrees to it?
The rationale that I had with that was that because it adds an option, it doesn't add any cost for that reason. It could reduce it.
That's what I was going to say. It could actually be a cost reduction.
Yeah, exactly.
Saving having deduct something an additional 10 feet further. So to provide separation. So yes.
It's also 1 wall penetration instead of 2.
Right.
So thumbs up overall on that one, it sounded like? Rex in here, yes, 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 yes. And possible cost savings, if anything, no cost impact in negatively.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to segue right into the 29 there, Mark?
Well, let's do that one. And
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
so the next one is proposal 29, a change, bringing in a change to the definition of balanced ventilation to balanced ventilation system, and bringing in new language regarding what meets the requirement for balanced ventilation. And actually, from our view, might provide additional flexibility and actually some more clarity to the language for what is a balanced system. I'll let the proponent go into it in a little more detail if they'd like. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, this is again just in alignment with the current model code requirements, and this definition was developed by the PMG CAC of the Code Action Committee that's appointed by the ICC. And the benefit of going with this definition, aside from aligning with the model code, is that it's a little bit more flexible in actually being able to achieve the requirement associated with specification of balanced ventilation systems. Right now, for example, if you're shooting for 30 CFM and you have an exhaust airstream at 27 CFM and a supply airstream at 33 CFM, then you're 10% away from the average of the two, and you would comply with the definition of balanced ventilation system. However, if you go with the definition that's currently in Oregon's code of balanced ventilation, you wouldn't be, the exhaust airflow rate is not within 10% of the supply airflow rate. So you have to be even closer than 3 CFM to that average. So it's kind of impractical in some situations to actually get there based on the equipment and the resolution and measurements and those kind of things. So it aligns with the model code, and it's just more practical and could reduce expenses that way.
Appreciate that clarification, Mike. I missed that detail on the average part. But yeah, makes sense. So thumbs up for me as far as going with that.
I'll give it a thumbs up as well.
Same here, thumbs up.
I'm good with it.
All right, I think that's enough thumbs. Laura, got it? All right, back to you, Mark. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, enough softballs for today, everybody. Go back to the hard work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next one is a model code change about balanced ventilation system credit in section M1505.4.3. On this one, it's giving an additional 30% credit for reduction if the system is balanced. That, from a general reading and without with an understanding of what's going to be happening at model code level with ventilation, we weren't giving a credit in the past. The reason for the lower 0.1 CFM per square foot of ventilation was it was taking, from division view, it was already taking into account that the system was a balanced ventilation when it was approved in the last code cycle. This would allow an even further reduction in outdoor air than was being applied in the past code. So if it were balanced and maybe distributed to all rooms, that might be something to consider a little additional credit for. That's shown in a lot of studies and also with the 62.2 people. But this was an additional exception to the amount of ventilation air. So leave it to the committee of whether you're interested in moving forward with adding this additional new code language.
Would it be helpful to share the significant change explanation?
Yes, let's show that.
Balanced mechanical ventilation systems provide superior ventilation to unbalanced systems. The new provisions for reduced airflow and balanced systems recognize the advantages of balanced systems, and they are no longer required to provide the same airflow rate as less effective unbalanced systems to provide equivalent ventilation. The credit to reduce the required airflow rate for balanced ventilation is based on a simplified version derived from ASHRAE 62.2, 2016, equation 4.2. The ASHRAE equation adjusts the balanced whole house ventilation flow rate as a function of building air leakage, building height, and weather and shielding factor, which approximates a corresponding climate zone. To simplify application of the ASHRAE calculation, the code recognizes a one-size-fits-all balanced system factor based on a methodology developed for a typical new single-family detached home with 1, 2, and 3 stories. The assigned air leakage rates are conservative values, assuming that the average home is slightly tighter than the maximum allowed leakage rates of the energy efficiency provisions.
So to the committee, since we have a mandatory requirement to do this, we would have to do some sort of modification to our tables, sort of, or to this language to say, if you aren't using a balanced system, you kind of have to back out or do more ventilation, because currently the way the table sits, everyone is doing balanced ventilation. Adding in that you can do 30% reduction from the table when it's the requirement already, we'd have to work out something here within the committee on that, I guess, would be the point that I'm trying to make, is that currently we're saying you can do 30% less than a table. That's, or a calculation method that already requires balanced ventilation. So do you further reduce the tables now and the methodology, or how do we address this, since it's already a mandatory requirement to do the balanced ventilation? There would be a way of maybe addressing this to turn it into, if you aren't doing balanced ventilation, you can do a non-balanced ventilation system, but you need to increase the ventilation quantity to sort of meet the intent of what this was done at model level. Was that convoluted enough for everyone to understand?
And Mark, it looks like Mike Moore's got some feedback as well.
Thank you. I was just going to suggest, Mark, that perhaps this could be something that the ventilation work group really dives into and considers. Is that going to be formed soon? I know that there was one that was going to be convened to look at all these types of issues. Maybe that's something that they should come up with a recommendation on for the committee.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Versus playing pin the tail on the donkey today.
That makes sense.
Or leave it as is without the extra 30% credit. Just, is there time for a committee to get together? I mean, maybe that could be something for future.
I think it's for more a future, that for now, this would just create confusion in the code itself is the point. Also, model code is changing the baseline calculation from 0.1 CFM per square foot to 0.3, I believe it is. Is that what's in one of the changes that's out there? So it's coming up with
IMC,
for the IMC. So there's differences between what's happening on the commercial.
Now.
That was the general recommendation to the committee, was to leave as is and not move this portion forward.
Kind of where Oregon is sitting today with this language requiring the balance but not giving the 30% credit is midway between ASHRAE 62.2 and the I codes. So it's kind of a comfortable position to be in, lower than the minimum that the ANSI consensus standard calls for, but higher than the model code. So it's a reasonable place to land until you have a different reason to move from that.
Sounds great.
And just as background, Mr. Moore, can you identify certain standards that you work on?
Oh, yes, I'm the chair of 62.2 right now,
So,
covertly.
so,
Don't admit that in some circles.
all right, thank you. So just general consensus, move on and not bring this in at this time, or?
Yeah, this is Rex, this is my take. I was all ready to say, well, this has been vetted at the national level, but then unintended consequences of not working with our table, or just the amount of work it's going to take to make it compatible. I think we just skip this for now.
I agree. We can not adopt it. I guess the other less timely thing for you guys to do is if we wanted to do it as an exception under 5.4.1 of you can do an unbalanced system, but you do a multiplier of 1.3 off the table type thing. So we're still meeting what the model code's doing. We're just doing it in the inverse. But I'm fine with moving it around. Since last code cycle, we said it had to be balanced. If we wanted to allow flexibility by not having a balanced system, basically we just, instead of changing our tables, you just add a multiplier. But I'm fine with just moving on. I like options. I know I wasn't a big fan of strictly just the balance system because there are some pros and cons between people. So I'm always a fan of options for people.
Unless it's wall bracing. Just kidding.
I still want options. Just tell me what you actually
No,
want.
I'm saying I'm saying I know.
Shots fired.
Okay, sounds like general consensus is just to move on with the not including it this time, but there's potential to look at this and other options in the future, or maybe at the board level if we can come up with something for them at that point. So any other of these current organ amendments that wish to be discussed from chapter 15 on exhaust and feedback from problems building officials have had, etc. Otherwise, we will move on to chapter 16, where no new work is coming in. Current organ amendments would be carrying through. Going once, going twice. All right, we can move on to nothing in chapter 17 whatsoever as far as organ amendments. So that is staying as is. Chapter 18, there is one new item in section M 1802.4 for those ever popular oil-fired appliances in the state. There is a new requirement that if you are using an oil-fired appliance, there's a requirement for a safety switch. So if there's a blocked flue, you do get, and a blocked flue switch is required for oil-fired appliances, very similar to some requirements for other fuel-fired appliances, and not seeing many out there, but there's still a few left. So any discussion on this new model code requirement? It did go into the mechanical code as well during their consideration of the 2021 IMC. Comes from model code. No objections at that point.
Mark, do you have any idea what the cost is on this?
I would not know the cost on these. I would expect, given, and I haven't looked at the model code, but I would expect that most people are providing it with their equipment, you know, as part of it. And the listings today, if it made it into model code, that's the most likely expectation. It's probably going to be hard to find a oil furnace that doesn't have a blocked flue switch. But I could look into.
Well, if that's what's on the shelf now, then I guess essentially no cost.
Any other comments on chapter 18? I'm seeing lots of head shaking on no. So we'll take that as a good to go on chapter 18. Chapter 19, one organ amendment, or two, excuse me, and no other new items for chapter 19. Anyone wish to discuss engine or gas turbine powered equipment or small ceramic kilns? for people who wish to put one in their detached accessory structure. All right, we'll take that as a moving forward. I'm looking to make sure no one's unmuting or saying otherwise. On hydronic piping, there is one new item in section 2101 for hydronic piping systems installation. This is something that also happened in the mechanical code. Really combining and rearranging the piping requirements for ground source heat pump loops. Some pieces have been sort of duplicated for hydronic piping. This is just getting it into one location for ground source heat pump loops, which another thing we're see one occasionally. They do happen. Any questions or comments on that update? Primarily a reorg to get that together, and also on the pressure testing of the piping, just primarily a reorganization. Are we good to go on chapter 21?
Love it.
Chapter 23, solar energy systems. It's been passed organ amendments that this is primarily for solar thermal systems that don't do anything with potable hot water. So if it's a non-plumbing system, if you're using it for heating only, these are the few solar systems that are covered under the mechanical portions of the Oregon Residential Specialty Code. And no revisions in this chapter this go round. We will now move on to the big monstrous fuel gas piping section. Excuse me. The first model code change revision is in regard to section 2414.8.3 about threaded joint sealing. This is primarily an editorial change to talk about clarifying the assembly of threaded joints and the materials you use for threaded joints on gas piping. Primarily, it's just clarifying how work really happens in the field, and that's 2414.8.3. 2415.5, there's a prohibition on a lot of fittings to be in concealed locations, such as, buried behind sheetrock wall. They have added that plugs and caps can be on the part of, can be allowed to be in a concealed location. So if you have like a T and one portion of the T is capped, you can have those in a concealed location. Things like unions and valves and some of the other fittings that you need to get to have to be accessible. This just is allowing that if you plugged a line, it can be in a concealed location. So more options for people without having to stick a cap through a wall.
Sounds good.
2415.11, corrosion fittings and covering protection. This is 2411.5 was looking to move. We've had some really old Oregon language that's pretty outdated and very hard to understand. And one area where we're looking to move back to model code language on buried pipe and the dielectric fittings and how you address covering of pipe if you have buried pipe for corrosion protection. Our language was decades old and was based on some older ideas prior to current code. It's just division is recommending going back to model code language to make things a little clearer, and getting rid of some outdated language that can at times be difficult to understand.
I'm sorry, Mark, this is Rex. I'm trying to catch up here, I guess. I see of us struck out blue text. I don't see anything added. How's this working?
I have to bring up that
I
file
can't really
myself.
hear you.
That whole section is struck.
So there should be, it should be showing us some Oregon amendments leaving, and then the model code language
I don't see the Oregon.
remained. You'll have to forgive me on this.
Yeah, I'm just seeing corrosion and covering protection deleted.
Just go above the pet section that's removed. So that's the model code language, the 24, 15, 11, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4.
Ah, okay.
It, order-wise is backwards.
Gotcha.
It's rescinding the Oregon Amendment, basically.
Thank you. Yes. Appreciate it, Jonathan. Appreciate it, Jonathan. Any questions on this or?
I'm good with it.
It's good.
This is good for us over here. It aligns better with the national standards. So it's helpful when we do that with our contractors that work in both states. So I am very supportive of this change. Thank you.
And we're maintaining the current Oregon amendment where we are at 18-inch barrel depth for residential which aligns with what the utilities look for, and it's less likely to have your homeowner hitting something that's buried, which is under G20 Oregon Amendment under G24 15.12. Heading down the list a little further to G24 27.8, there's a modification, and I need to scroll to it on my file. That through the wall gas vent terminals, they have now added, just like they once upon a time had a nice diagram for direct vent appliances, there's now a nice diagram to show about clearances from sidewall venting of natural draft or furnaces and fireplaces.
This is good because it aligns with the mechanical code change.
I appreciate their move because quite often I had to hand out a gas utility supplier's little pretty picture that they handed. This is how far you want to keep things away here, or look at your manufacturers.
Yes. All right. That covers the remainder of chapter 24, unless there are other Oregon amendments that wish to be discussed.
Thanks, Mark. You can go back to your nap now.
Thank you, Rex. We could also discuss that, yes, there are appendices AA, AB, and AC for mechanical, but they aren't adopted. You will find them in the OMSC, also as an informative appendices. And with that, I will sign off.
Thanks, Mark.
I will be listening in the background, but that
Thanks, Mark.
The moment away. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us up to the appendices. And there is only one thing for us to look at in the appendices. The rest will be, recommendation is to remain as was in the 2021. So if we want to jump to Appendix AF, there is a BCD recommendation to AF 103.5. I'll give you a second to get there if you're not already there. Specifically AF 103.5.1.3. And so give you a little background on this. This one actually came up fairly recently. And so the is it in here? Yeah. So the radon requirements were imposed by the legislature for the counties and the requirements, or for the counties. And then when the legislature wrote that law, which is what, 455-365, they indicated in the law that the Building Codes Division should align with the currently published or whatever EPA standards. And so we ran into an issue with a question from a local jurisdiction where there was a discrepancy between the language in AF 103 and the figures, which we redrew last go around. And what the figure is showing, specifically what the issue was in, I guess it's figure AF 103, 2 and 3, but you can just go to either one. If you look at the AF 103 sub 2, there's a little crawl space section on the right. And there is a pointer that says minimum 4-inch gravel or other approved gas permeable layer. So this is the system that's passive and it's just under the submembrane. So it's just under the plastic, simply put. So no active, no fan. It's just you're putting something under the plastic. But the problem was the language doesn't say that. The language in the code section AF 103.513 didn't say you had to have gravel under. And so that was the disconnect. And then we started looking at it closer and we realized that this language, which most of it's model code language, does not conform or even closely align with the current EPA standards for passive submembrane systems. And in that right now, the only thing you have to do in Oregon is put a pipe with a T under the plastic and lap the plastic 12 inches, which is a very ineffectual system. It doesn't seal anything up and it doesn't extend beyond the T. The vent pipe doesn't require any, you're just putting the T on the dirt, literally. Setting the T on the dirt, going up through the roof where you have to put a electrical switch or an electrical outlet in the attic for an active system, which would not work with what you're installing because it's just going to suck the plastic up against the ends of the T's immediately. So we're requiring a potential downstream. So if this passive system doesn't work and the homeowner has to put in an active system, they're going to have to go back underneath the house and do some improvements to what's there. It's not a turnkey. And the intention was for it to be turnkey, either that or get rid of the outlet in the attic for passive systems. So we did some research and discovered that the current EPA standards go a little bit farther in the passive, in the submembrane systems so that they'll be usable for an active system later. And that's what the meat of this recommendation is. In simple terms, it creates a soil gas collector under the plastic instead of just dumping the T under there. Now, and then there's multiple options for that. 10 feet of perf pipe in 4 inches of rock, just in a trench, not the whole thing. You don't need to rock the whole crawl space. So you would make a 10-foot trench, 4 inches of rock, and you put perf pipe in there. And that serves as a gas collector that if later you needed to put a passive or a fan in the attic, you could pull gas out from underneath that and not suck the plastic up against it, up against the ends of the pipes. There's 2 other options: geotextile soil gas collector, which is, if you're not familiar with those, just kind of a plastic web area, does the same thing. Put that in some gravel, and then there's, or put gravel down. So those are the requirements, or the EPA recommendations at this point that would allow you to have, or would allow the homeowner to have, a system that you could put that fan in the attic later if the passive system's not working. It would allow you to do that without having to do any additional work. The EPA goes one step farther in their standards and actually requires sealing of the plastic. We did not include that, although it would be a way more effective system, but just did not include that. We're thinking baby steps and get a system that at least is better than what we're doing now. I did a little research. I don't know on the perf pipe and gravel with labor. I'm probably guessing a few $100. Geotextile was around $100 for the square footage plus gravel and labor. So I'm just guessing without getting bids, and maybe Jamin or somebody else could be a little more specific. But there would be a cost increase for this. There's a little bit more to do. Obviously, spreading gravel in the entire crawl space would be significantly more, the least of which would probably just be 10 feet of perf pipe and some gravel and a little trench. But still, there would be probably a $200 or $300 cost, I'm guessing. But part of this, again, was the legislative mandate was to align with EPA, and the model codes do not do that at this point. And that's most of what that language was model code.
Thanks, Eric. I actually really support what you did. It was nice. The only question, I guess, was on 3.1.1. Just grammatically, it shall consist of not less than a 3 or 4 inch pipe. Should we just say 3 inch, or because grammatically that's really weird.
Say that again. The soil gas collector
shall consist of not less than a 3 or a 4 inch pipe. So it should be is it a 3 or 4 inch, or because you're saying the minimum, we're our code's all about the minimum.
Whoa.
So it should be 3 inch or larger type thing, or
Gotcha.
not. The minimum is a 3 or a 4 inch. Do we decide what the minimum is? Because I think it's a 4 inch. You know what I mean? We should just take out the minimum, or consists not less than, or take out the 4, whichever.
Right.
I think I did take out the minimum for just that reason, not less than a 3. And I think I did that. I completely agree with you. I had to massage a little bit of it to make it work. And I think it was because, go back up, where's the other? If you go back up earlier, that's what we used. And so I was trying to stay uniform. Where is it at?
And it's possible we screwed up a long time ago on this one.
Right.
There were a lot of us in that room.
I don't think you screwed up. That's the model code language. Right now, what's in that language right now is model IRC language. It says you can just put a T under the plastic and lap the seams. That's model code. But and Mark Heiser and I beat this up a little bit too when the question came in from the jurisdiction, and it really made us think, but I can see no way that that's an effective system that way.
It still works. It's just, and we're technical, so sometimes grammar doesn't make sense, but it just, yeah.
Yeah, now on that, no, I'm not talking on the 3 or 4. I was talking on the existing language that's in the code now. The whole thing is what I was referring to. The 3 or 4, I'll figure that out. I think I wrote that because it said that.
And then original.
Where am I seeing this? There was another section that it said that, but
Well, it's crossed out in the red above that.
Need the sheeting and connected to a 3 or 4. Maybe that's where it was. I see
Yeah.
what you're saying. I matched that language, but maybe that's what you were saying, Jonathan, or you guys, but that's model code language, so
Yeah.
we can clean it up.
So they're saying it can be either a 3-inch or a 4-inch. No
Yeah,
bigger or
which you could
smaller,
just say 3
right?
minimum, right? Minimum.
Or do you think they don't want
Less
it
than
larger than a
3
4-inch?
inch.
Oh, I'd have to look at that. It's not like a flue though, where you can overventilate, I don't think. Or maybe it has to do with the fan. I'll look at that, because it could have to do with the fans.
Oh, that's a
I
good
know the
point.
pipe later on, if you put a fan on it, the pipe size does make a difference. So I'll look at it.
So either a 3 or 4 inch, or it's no more or no less than a 3 inch. Good call, Carrie.
Oh, yeah, it is. That's good. I'll revisit the EPA, the current, the EPA standards and see what they did on that, if the committee agrees to this. I mean,
Sure.
there is a slight cost increase here. So, and the idea is to put something in. It's not a full-on radon mitigation system. Something that will hopefully do something and then be expandable in the future if it doesn't do enough somethings. So just keeping that in mind, but.
Well, Eric, I really appreciate the work done on this, because I remember when the radon requirements first went in and everyone's like, well, what are we doing? How are we doing this? And then I'd have, contractors who that's all they do are like active systems. And they're like, we would never use that passive system in the buildings that you guys are putting in because it won't work. So this is a great improvement. I'm grateful for it.
Eric, I'm supportive of this. You had referenced the figure, I think just in explaining, but was there anything in the figure that needed an updated reference?
Yep. And we didn't include that yet because what gets updated will be predicated on what the committee does.
Okay, I'm in support of this.
Definitely will be updated. Thumbs up from Rex in the room. Any thumbs downs? Kevin, thumbs up. All right, I'm seeing a good. Okay. Now things get crazy here. So we can do, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 new appendices at the end. Two of them will be not adopted, one modified to align with chapter 3, but for the most part, if you want to take a look, I guess it depends on how the committee wants to do this. We could either do a bulk appendices. Obviously, the division's recommending, other than Appendix F, where we tweaked that, the rest of them would stay the same all the way down. As far as whether they're adopted or not adopted, nothing new. Where the committee would need to look at is starting at Appendix AU, the Cobb construction, which is a new appendix. We had to tweak it a little bit. I think Jeremy made some tweaks for the engineered prescriptive design language stuff for chapter 3. Were the only tweaks to that. So we could take those. I guess there's really only 2 that need to be discussed because 2 of them are not adopted anyway. So there's that and the 3D printed building construction. Those are the only 2 new ones that the committee would have to consider.
I'm sorry, Eric, what was the question?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
You're welcome, Natalie. The question would be just on the committee looking at the 2 new appendices. If we want to for some reason not adopt them, I guess would be the question. Are they good as submitted? So that's AU for Cobb construction with some tweaks to align with the changes in chapter 3 for engineered versus prescriptive design. That's the only thing we did do it. And then 3D printed, we didn't do anything to it. So the question just would be, is it something that's okay? We want to use, keep, adopt in Oregon for those two appendices.
I would say yes. Apparently, I'm getting a 3D printed house in 2 weeks. So I would hope that we would keep these appendices that we have.
I was going to say the Cobb one too is one that we get quite frequently in the office.
Oh, really?
You just have to tell people that it's, non-conventional and you got to work with your local jurisdiction and have it engineered and all that stuff. So both.
Yeah. We get questions about those too in Portland. Yeah.
Well, then I think it's great that we've got something now. So
Yeah, we used to, in certain areas of Klamath County, get questions on these Cobb houses, but I guess I'd like to at least kind of go through it a little bit. You said that Jeremy made a change and.
Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, one other thing to add while you guys are looking at the appendix. The Cobb construction appendix U is fairly tightly scoped. It's not allowed in D0 through D2. It's only allowed up to seismic A through C. Only one-story buildings, building height can't exceed 20 feet. I'm looking at AU 105.2. So just be aware for those of you getting questions in high seismic areas, it's not going to change. You're not going to be able to.
Out of this a while, so could you remind me where this would apply then, generally?
Yeah, east of the Cascades, there's tons of seismic C. So
We even have B in our jurisdiction.
yeah.
Yeah, east of the Cascades primarily. East, that's north.
It is still nice to have somewhere to point to in the code that says this is why.
Yep.
Looks pretty comprehensive too.
Yeah, it's very, very comprehensive. It's a great prescriptive recipe, all based on engineering, but it is tightly scoped.
Thanks, Jeremy. I forgot about that, the limitations on that one.
Yeah, and the changes we made, you'll see where it said in accordance with, accepted engineering practice or approved engineer design, we just changed that back to R30113. And then also anywhere where it mentioned ultimate wind speeds, we changed to basic.
This is Rex. I'm in favor of this. Like somebody already mentioned, we'd get people coming in and we said, there's no prescriptive path for this. Go get your guy.
Yeah.
Or gal, excuse me.
Somebody else on the, like, if you want to take them as a package too, you can look at it. There's no changes to the 3D printing one. And honestly, the most of that is just a point to UL 33041, 3401 or something, UL standard primarily.
Let's deal with this one first and then we'll jump to the other one. So I'm going to support AU as written.
I support AU too. Does
Same.
the thermal performance section need to be reviewed for the energy code portion?
Mark? Said he was still here.
Gonna have to look at it real quick.
Well, I guess it's something we would have to align either way, right? I mean, if it does, it wouldn't be, committee wouldn't need to look at it. We would have to look at it to align. Yeah, AU.
Yeah, it does say that it just needs to meet the mass tables out of chapter and 11 anyway. So it ties in there with mass walls. So.
Okay, anything else on that one then? Okay with that one?
Yes.
Sounds good.
And then the other one is just a 3D, and like I said, it's a bunch of references to UL. I can tell you what it is here. I look at it again,
3401.
that's what it was, 3401, thank you. Primarily. But it is something because it's becoming more popular. I think BCD has one started or coming in one of the jurisdictions we serve as well. This is another one. We've had multiple calls from out-of-state companies interested in doing it and wanting to know what they would have to do. So helpful to have something.
So I support adding the appendix. Off of the quick look, I don't see anything really tying us back to the rest of the code elements. So that would be my only comment, is if you needed to, add a section in there for that aspect to, like energy code.
Jonathan, does AW 1011, where it says provisions contained in this appendix and other applicable requirements in this code, get to where you were thinking?
Yeah, I guess that would work.
Mark, did you come up with something there? Heiser?
Yes, just to let everyone know about the on the cob construction. That's actually something we had done for both straw bale walls and in the REACH code once upon a time. For the equivalent of cob construction came in as filler wall. It's just giving you an assignment for a sort of default R value or U factor for a cob wall. So it's allowing you to actually say, here's what the wall is worth when you put it into the code. So it's not going to be in conflict with the ORSC or Chapter 11 in any way. So it just allows them to say, okay, the wall's at this thick, here's how much it's worth, R8 or
nice,
whatever. So it was something we went through a lot of when cob came, or whatever. Not cob, but I'm trying to rammed earth walls, I guess, or something. One of the many that they tried to bring in once upon a time. There was always a question, what's it worth? And did it for straw bale. Here's how much the walls are worth. Now it's just for this type wall. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Those are the two discussion. We need the thumbs up, thumbs down on that one then on 3D.
Good.
Okay, on 3Ds.
I'm good.
Sounds good.
Good.
And generally okay with the rest of the appendices to continue the way we were in 21 for what was adopted and what wasn't. Anybody want to look at any differences or changes in those?
I want Adelaide to let us know how the 3D project goes.
Yeah.
It should be interesting. They want to build one in Baker, Union, and Harney County, but they're going to start, this new company is going to start here. So I'm trying to loop in Warren and all the counties so that we can make it go pretty smoothly. None of us want anybody contacting the legislature saying their middle housing is unaffordable in Eastern Oregon. So we're hoping it'll go pretty smooth, and I'll let you know. I find it exciting and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's a fascinating process. Just one question for Adlai. Are you on coffee break or?
No, I don't even, so I had to log into my phone because I'm in a different spot because I had to go to Vail. And so then I came home. So I'm on the documents on my Surface Pro, but I'm on my phone and I don't even know what that setting is.
Okay, all right, just check.
Oh, it says I'm away and I'm not away. I don't even drink coffee. That's the funny thing. Does anybody know how to change that?
Oh,
There it goes. There it goes. I must have hit something.
Do you drink something stronger than coffee, Adelaide?
Diet Dr. Pepper. That's me.
Okay, just checking. Thanks. I was worried about
No,
it.
thank you. And Natalie, you can come over and visit and see the 3D printed house too.
I'd like to. I'm from Texas and they're doing that all over the place suddenly down there. So.
It'll blend in with our sagebrush.
I've had two companies from Texas call and ask about it for up here. So So the last thing that we have to do is interps. And one of the things we always do is, as a part of the adoption process, is just roll out the interps and any statewide alternate methods that are associated. For statewide alternate methods, it's a little bit different. The board is required to weigh in on the technical and scientific accuracy or whatever of the SAM. Can't think of the word I'm looking for. For interps, it's more of just a courtesy thing that we've done. It does even talk about it in the rule. I guess it's not just a courtesy. It does talk about it in the rule. So as far as the team, as far as the interps that are listed in a matrix are the ones that are specific to the ORSC. There's some crossover ones, of course. But as far as all of these go, our team always reviews the interps. And our recommendation on all of these is there's not one here that gets to go away. Sometimes they go away because of new code adoptions or new code language, but we reviewed them and we're recommending that all of them are still going to be necessary and need to be retained. And when you see update there, that just means update for section numbers and current code and dates and that sort of stuff. So that's where we are with those. Unless anybody wants to discuss any one of them specifically, which obviously that's an option.
I don't really want to discuss any of them, but it does look like our oldest one, 9221, potentially could be one that has a phase out period and it goes away because the new stuff actually captures what's in there.
I looked at that one closely and I'll have to relook at it. I thought it did too, but when I went back and revisited it, I didn't capture where it's at, unfortunately, is Appendix J for existing buildings. And we don't adopt Appendix J in Oregon. And it is there, but it's not in the body for the existing glazing, which basically it just says some of it is the same. Put the same size of window in and that sort of stuff. The pieces that aren't the same that are in Appendix J are energy and safety. Those two things where it says you have to meet current code for energy and current code for safety glazing are in Appendix J, not in 20 whatever chapter. Why did I blank? Last chapter.
Good news, it's one of these cycles. It sounds like you're going to remove it didn't need a permit, so you don't need to meet code, so then it won't matter, right?
Maybe. I get my way, but I didn't get it this time, so. So what's your, does anybody want any existing, I'll look at that one again. I was hoping to get rid of that one too, Jonathan, but I don't think we'll be able to yet. But anything else there that the committee would like to discuss?
Well, one thought, if for 92, if since you're still working on chapter 1, you could always put that in the exception, the two elements you just talked about. Don't require a permit, but must meet energy code and whatever, and then ditch it.
I'll make a note. Look at that. That's a good suggestion, actually, rather than have it in a separate document. Anything else?
We cruised through that. This is exciting.
Yeah.
I had a goal.
I remember at one
really
point today,
does.
you said we might not make it.
I didn't know if we would, honestly.
I think you said we wouldn't make it, but
I didn't think we would.
We did.
I had a
You
goal.
were.
Well, I didn't want you to feel too.
Oh, Eric, this is Rex. What's your expectations for committee involvement past here? Nothing? Show up to the board meeting if we feel like it, or?
Yep. At this point, from this point forward, it's just, it goes, we do a lot of work behind the scenes, we meaning Laura, getting everything formatted and ready for the board. And then there will be the board meeting on the 22nd of February. And yep, it's always great if, and it'll probably be one of these. So log on and to be able to answer questions sometimes. Sometimes the board will kind of want to know, I mean, we can usually give them, but it's kind of nice to hear from the committee. And then, of course, public hearing, and if all goes well, October 1 soft date with a 6 month. Did we change that rule to 6 already? I can't remember. Is it still 3 on the res? Anyway, 3 or 6 months.
On the cost information, what's that gonna look like when you go to the board with our recommendations versus how much it costs? You're gonna get broken down or what, chapter, or how do you, is it just gonna be one big lump sum number that put together to tell them?
I don't believe it's, Ian, do you know? He might know that one.
I'm not entirely sure about the methodology of it. My notes have it kind of like itemized, so I'm not sure how the division wants the information to be presented to the board. But I have the information itemized. So like it won't be just like a lump sum unless that's what they want.
I think there's a lot more builder involvement on that board than on this committee. This has been great. I loved having the plans examiners on here. That was very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
There may be more questions on cost and where are these costs at the board meeting. More details better than less.
We'll look at that. I think I'm trying to remember historically. I mean, you've been there too, Rex, and I'm trying to remember too. I thought it was very similar, and we can get back to you on that. But I thought it was very similar to what we have here. It's just like it's going to increase cost or it's not going to increase cost, and a line by line item to the board. That's what I remember. But we'll check on that. But points well taken. I get it. Any other questions? Assuming the interps are good, I guess kind of blew by that. That's just what we do. But if there's nothing else on the interps.
I had one back on chapter 1. Tony and I talked about it a while ago that came up, and it seems especially with the middle housing stuff may make sense to clarify a little bit more, but under the exceptions, what was 6, now 3, for what would have been captured as I can replace my drywall without permits. We had some situations where it was fire rated assemblies that got changed, and I know Tony had mentioned, while I told him the path I took, which is, sorry, the way it's written, it's exempt. He said that he would have argued intent since it was fire rated gypsum and stuff like that. It may be better to clarify that one, that like what we did with the townhouse roof replacements when not required to be part of a rated assembly type thing.
What number is it? Number 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Shall make a note. Anything else? Nothing? Well, thank you all very much. It's a lot of work. Like I said before, I've been on your side of the aisle, and I know that it's a lot of work in addition to your normal workloads. So, but it's necessary and it's great. And we had a very diverse group, and I thought it went very well. So very much appreciate the time and effort put into this. And if you can come to the board meeting or log in on the 22nd to provide any background or anything the board might need, that'd be great.
Is it in January or February?
February.
Oh.
So that is it, unless anybody has anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks to you as well. All of
Thank
these.
you.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura, for all your hard work.
Yes, Laura.
Thanks,
Laura. For sure.
Bye.
Bye.